party explored the Four Winds Market a little more, finding time for a spot of shopping as well. Farron, you bought an ocarina from a stall owned by a little Kenku. Grubbs, you went to speak to him too, bonding, as far as you could tell from his reactions, over your shared origins in Inyats. Grimsby, you purchased some pipeweed at the market, and Orthin, you took the opportunity to check out the ale stall. Your visit was, in a word, brief, but after this, you and Grubbs grabbed a little something to eat. And after you'd all browsed the stalls, Bryn suggested investigating the market to see if you could all find a little bit more about what's been going on in the city. So you split up into two groups, each group taking one half the market to see what you could find out. You heard something about a shipwreck at Kelpyhoof Cove. You also overheard a customer at the pipeweed stall talking about Juniper, the Lord's son, and how when they bumped into him the other day, he claimed that his brother was acting strange. Bryn also managed to find out some information about the political scene in Minear Bay, discovering that Ashaporians are unpopular with some folks, but that the current Lord Huprid, hails from Ashapor himself, this being a source of discomfort to some of the native inhabitants of Minear Bay. After your visit to the market, the party then made for the Golden Trout, where they spoke to the innkeep, who agreed to set up a meeting between them and, quote, someone who could help them with their nightmares. He told you to come back tomorrow evening after the bar's closing at 9 p.m. You decided to stick around for a drink and some food before leaving, only to find a furball at a neighbouring table listening in on your conversation. After a scuffle involving Grimsby's rat and a boot, you all had a chat with them. They introduced themselves as Estes, a furbolg from the Greenwood in Essius, and said that they had left the forest to look for help in dealing with monsters that were plaguing the woods. Based on what they could tell you about these occurrences, you wondered if it was somehow connected to the Sword of Gollianor, so you all agreed to go north to help them after concluding your business in Minear Bay. After that, you all headed to the Theotus for a spot of sightseeing, where a few of you left some donations and offerings for the gods. And it's there we pick up. It's around mid-afternoon. What would you all like to do with the rest of your day?
Is there anything else in the town that we want to go to? Wasn't there a big fancy looking building?
Yeah, I'm sure we had somewhere else to go.
Yes, the big fancy looking building is the Minear Bell, I believe, is the place you're thinking of.
I want to go there, but I don't know if Arthur would suggest it.
How about we go to that big fancy looking building?
I'm up for that.
The Eurus pipes up. Which one exactly? There's a couple. You mean the Minear Bell?
It sounds like a fancy building. We can go there.
It should be a fun time. All right, well, if we're all done here, let's head over, I suppose. Okay, so following Eurus out of the Theotus, he takes you through the streets of Aaron to the bridge leading over to Arnall. In fact, I might have got that the wrong way round. This is what I get for not having my map open. But regardless, you come to the bridge leading to the Minear Bell. Again, it's a very impressive marble building that's just humongous, and the sign outside is somehow illuminated to give it a quite unusual feel. So yes, before too long, you're all stood outside. Are you all just going in?
Can we see how it's illuminated?
Sure.
I'm just curious.
Oh, well, I mean, you can make either an Arcana check or a History check, if you like.
I have a confession to make. I just accidentally muted my sound for all of that.
Oh no.
Sorry? Oh, no, I just said you can roll History or Arcana for it.
Sure. Why not? That is... I suspect Orthan's history is better, so yep. 21 for a history.
21, okay. Orphan, you would know that this is some kind of gnomish magic. You've had a few dealings with gnomes in the past. It's not unusual for dwarves and gnomes to collaborate on like architectural projects and things like that. And you've come across this sort of minor enchantment before. It's basically fantasy neon signs, but with magic.
Ooh.
What sort of place is this? Alright.
Oh, wait, were you saying that to someone, or was that out of character?
That was just a inquisitive, out of character statement.
Oh, okay, that's
We're
fine.
about to find out.
You are. Okay. So you all head up to this monumental portico that stretches up before you. And head up a short flight of stairs to the great double doors that open for you as if by magic. And you are met with an amazing sight. It's massive. Columns of marble hold up an intricately carved roof from which hang chandeliers with glowing crystals of different hues. The place is brightly lit, furnished in polished wood and bronze fittings, with gambling tables covering the ground floor. Well-dressed patrons weave in and out of the tables, some heading to the bar to the left-hand side of the room, others to the cashier's cage on the right, and others still to the grand set of stairs sweeping up to the next floor at the far end of the room. Looking around at the edges of the room, you see strange boxes covered in blinking lights and buttons, bells continuously chiming in a hypnotic mix of light and sound. People sit in front of many of them, pressing buttons and pulling levers, intermittently feeding the contraptions with coin. There's quite a few people in here, maybe not as many as you'd expect later on in the evening, but it's certainly relatively busy. In particular, you notice at one of the roulette tables, another of those tall, almost tiefling-like people that you saw entering the city. Again, very much like a tiefling, but much larger and much taller than you'd be expecting, at least in the case of this one anyway, well over 7 feet. And he in one hand is holding a large crystal goblet that appears to be like holding the last dregs of wine. And with the other, he's slapping a dark-skinned elf next to him, good-naturedly, but with enough force to make him pitch over just slightly. So yes, here you are. You are at the Menair Bell. There are dice tables, there are card tables, there are, as I mentioned, roulette tables. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to have a look at?
What would Grimsby know about gambling in Nuwen?
Make a history check.
20.
Nat 20. Okay.
Yeah.
So, gambling is by no means a new concept to you. dice games are played in seedy basements all over the place, and people enjoy card games and a good lizard race now and then. But you've never come across a casino before. Even in the capital, there was nothing like this. This feels new. You wonder if maybe it's some sort of Ashaporian cultural thing that has been sort of transferred over here, but you're not really sure. So yeah, I would say that you're unfamiliar with the idea of a casino in general. But now you're thinking about it, it seems like a really good idea. And oh my gods, why aren't there more of these?
Interesting. Do they play with chips?
It seems that most people are just putting gold on the table, for the most part.
Interesting.
Grubbs doesn't have a clue what's going on in this building. It just flashy lights, action everywhere. It's very confusing.
Someone give him a cup of tea and put him in the corner. Are you a gambling man, Eurus?
I've been known to partake. There are more of these over in Ashapor, so I've been around a few.
Very interesting. How would we all
King's
feel about
quite fond of it between you and I.
Oh, the King gambles. Good to know. Maybe we'll get to play him sometime.
He sort of just chuckles at that.
Said they had sort of like slot machines?
Yes.
And do they have like poker tables as well?
Not that you can see. I mean, they certainly have tables where people are playing cards.
Right,
but
nice.
None that you recognize as poker, I guess.
Okay. No one else is doing anything or going anywhere. Grimsby might wander over to one of the card tables and sort of just watch over over someone's shoulder and see what it's like.
Okay.
Grubbs is going to do the same, but at one of the slot machines, and sort of stand uncomfortably close behind someone, just sort of staring, over their shoulder.
Grubbs isn't going to get a gambling addiction, is he?
We will see.
Okay. Well, Grubbs, you head over to one of the slot machines and you just watch in awe as periodically they lean forward, pop a coin in, then pull a lever, and you watch as the machine spins and whirs. These kind of dials with brightly colored symbols on spinning around and then stopping. You have no idea what's going on, but apparently it's not good because the patron sighs in aggravation, only to lean forward and pop another coin into the slot. Grimsby, you, for your part, you head over to a table with a small group of people gathered around it, each one huddling secretly around the cards in their hands. Occasional gold pieces are thrown into the middle of an ever-growing pile in the middle of the table. After a little while, rather, of watching them, you see all of them slam their cards on the table, and one man yells out in excitement, scooping up the pile of coins into a large purse before walking away, apparently not wanting to try his luck any further. As you approach, a man standing by the table looks to you and says, "Feeling up to a game of 38 Special?"
38 Special. Remind me, how does that one go again?
Okay, so I will read the rules, but I will also pop them in the chat just for the sake of clarity. 38 Special is best played with a minimum of 4 people. Everyone antes in, rolls a secret d20, then does a round of bets with raises, calls, and folds. The next round, everyone rolls a secret d12 and repeats the betting. In the last round, everyone rolls a secret d6, then a final round of betting before the reveal. A 38 beats everything. Once you add all of these numbers together from these rolls. A 3 beats everything else. So if you roll 3 ones. After that, the highest number wins, with a tie being split between the winners. Again, I will just quickly pop that in the chat.
Would it be possible for Grimsby to cheat at this?
Sure. I don't know anything about card games, I'm not gonna lie.
Can you
But
think
we'll
of
just
a
be
way?
like, sleight of
Maybe-
hand, something.
Yeah. Does it look like
Yeah.
you could distract them and then take another card or something?
You think you could probably do that?
Nice. Or just think you could like minor illusion a card in his hand, or just think, do these look like people that would see through that?
They look like quite experienced card players. Make of that what you will. Jane, a raise, a call, or a fold. Please, someone else who's better acquainted with card games, correct me if I'm wrong. But so you place a bet, and then if the next person wants to increase the bet, that's a raise.
Okay.
A fold is just giving up, really, and being like, never mind. A call is matching the previous person's bet.
Okay.
So that's all it means.
If
Okay.
you fold, you lose all the money that you have bet so far.
Okay.
The upside is you don't have to bet anymore.
Okay.
You
Cool.
don't. If you think you're going to lose, then you fold so that you don't lose more.
Folding sounds like my vibe.
Relatable.
I think that Bryn's going to sort of wander, seeing Grimsby do this, she's going to wander near the table. Does she know the game by any chance from her history with, people who tend to like to take risks?
You probably do know, actually. You have hung around the sorts of people who would play it.
Okay, cool. So she'll usher Farron to come with her. Just she'll be like, yeah. But she's just going to stand there and watch from a distance and watch Grimsby with a quite scrutinizing eye. And that's all she's going to do for now.
Mm-hmm. So, Grimsby, are you getting in on the action?
Yeah, he'll join a game. He's
Okay.
going to play. He thinks, and at least in his head, he's going to play a precautionary game and not cheat for this one, and just see how it goes.
Okay. You see one of the... Sorry, I'm eating a sandwich, so if there's pauses now and then, that's why.
That's okay.
Yeah, so you see one of the men at the table get up. While the other one was excited and jubilant, this one just seems really pissed off, so you take it that he's lost quite a bit of money. But Eurus comes over and actually sits down in his spot. Orphan, what are you doing at the moment? Just so I know. Are you just having a look around?
Arthur will watch over the card game.
Okay.
Actually, no, you know what? I think Grubbs deserves to have his time by himself.
What?
I was thinking of saying that maybe Grubbs should be have someone with him, but you know what?
He deserves
I'm sure he'll be fine.
No.
I'm sure
He's
nothing.
a-
I'm sure nothing will happen if he's left alone.
Grandpa's gone AWOL.
So yeah, Arthur will just watch over the card game.
Okie dokie. Alright, so. Grimsby, you take a seat. And the... what do you call the person who...
The dealer?
Yeah, okay, let's go with that. The dealer. yes, the dealer calls for everyone to put some coin into the pot. And before any of you can do anything, one of the gents remaining from the last game leans forward and plops 1 gold into the center of the table.
Oh, okay.
The next man pops in 1 gold as well, as does Eurus.
I'm just going to put in 2 gold.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm just noting down everything as we go. All right. So, Grimsby, you can go ahead and take a card. In other words, roll your d20.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And what did you get for that?
That was a 1.
A 1. Okay. All right. So once again, it comes time to bet. The first man leans in and drops 2 gold into the center. The second man does the same. Eurus puts in 3 gold.
Grimsby will match that.
Okay. All right. And now everyone can go ahead and roll their d12.
Okay.
Where is my other dice go? And what did you roll for that?
Another 1.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
It's either very good luck or very bad luck. I suppose we'll find out. Okay. And it's you. Everyone repeats the betting. The first man is going to put in. God, I really don't know how cards work. This is very ambitious of me. He's going to put in 2 gold. But the second man is going to fold. Eurus is going to put in another 3 gold. What bet would you like to make, if any?
Grimsby's just going to match that.
Okay.
And like put in also 2 gold or whatever it is you have to do.
Okay.
So what's the total bet at the moment?
The total bet is...
For each person?
For Grimsby, it's currently 8 gold, but I might be wrong. Oh no, 9 gold for Grimsby.
Okay.
I think.
Is it 9? I thought it was 8.
Oh, maybe it's 8.
I
I can't remember if I was on 9. Yeah, it'll be 8 then. Oh, it's 9 because he put in an extra gold for no reason because he's an idiot.
Okay. Well, the other 2 will match that as well. I think I miscounted the second guy. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. And finally, everyone can roll their d6.
And Grimsby cheat to re-roll his d6.
Yes, you certainly can. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
Can he distract them with a deception check to get advantage on his sleight of hand check? Is that allowed?
What are you doing to distract them?
Oh my god, I've never seen a 6-foot-tall dwarf before. He's going to point over in the corner.
Okay, make a deception check.
21.
21. Okay, yep. So Eurus and the two men both turn around and are sort of looking in the general direction that you pointed. You can hear the men muttering between themselves, saying, like, what's he on about? I can't see anything. You can go ahead and make a sleight of hand check with advantage.
He's gonna swap his card.
Okay.
That is 24.
With
advantage,
D6?
that's 24.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I thought you were re-rolling the... No, that's
that
fine.
was his sleight of hand,
Yes.
sorry.
No, that's fine.
I'll re-roll
yeah.
his D6.
Go ahead.
Grimsby makes a grumbling noise, and then he goes, I was just a human. He got a 3 instead of
3.
another 1.
Okay. All right. So everyone finally puts down all their cards. No one has managed to get 38. Eurus, though, has the highest number, followed by the one remaining gent. And so Eurus got 27 altogether. The man got 24, and you, Grimsby, I believe, got 5.
5.
So with a kind of self-satisfied stretch, Eurus leans in and takes the gold for himself.
Yeah, well, there's no skill to this game anyway.
People only say that when they're losing, Grimsby.
Because he has no response to that.
Okay. Are you looking to play another round, or would you like to go and have a further look about and see what there is?
I'll let someone else get up to something. Grimsby probably will keep on gambling, though.
Sure, no problem. Okay. What is everyone else up to?
I feel like Farron is kind of like new to this environment as well, and she kind of senses like Bryn's confidence, so she'll kind of just follow Bryn around for a bit, I think, if that's okay.
Yeah, so after seeing Grimsby lose, just kind of like, not nudge Farron, but in that way, she'll turn to her and go, well, Grimsby gambles like a pirate.
Lesson learned.
After watching Grimsby play that round, Orthan will think that he could probably do better and might join in for the next one if Grimsby's doing another.
Okay. Sure. Eurus is still going to play as well. Is anyone else interested in joining? Or
I think Bryn has some other ideas, but she's still thinking about how she's going to do it. So we'll see.
okay.
What's Grubs been up to?
What has Grubbs been up to?
I think Grubbs would have probably asked the person who's been sort of watching how it all works. And as a player, I'm sort of wondering how the mechanics of the slot machine works.
Okay. Let me just find that for you.
Do you roll 3d8s, and if they match, you get a prize.
You're close, but
Or do you roll 9d4s and try and get a match across the way or diagonally?
no. I will put it in the chat. So yes, you roll 3d6 for 6 gold. I prepped this document so long ago, I don't know what this means. Okay. No match. You add gold equivalent to the highest die. So you get that back. If 2 match, you get gold equivalent to the combined score of matching dice, and if 3 match, you get back the combined score of, again, all the matching dice.
That makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Is Grubs gonna have a go?
No. Despite the fact I know mechanically it wouldn't do anything, I think he would go around casting guidance on people to try and help them with the slot machines.
Anyways.
Which I know doesn't work, but Grubs doesn't do that.
A few people give you funny looks, not really knowing what it is that you're doing to them. But when they find that they don't feel any worse for wear, in fact, they feel guided, they realize that you're benevolent and seem to mostly dismiss you. Very good. Okay. But yes, back to the card game. The gentleman who lost is going to leave in a sulk. Well, gentleman who folded, rather. The other gent who lost to Eurus is going to try his luck one more time. So it is Eurus, the gent, Orthan, and Grimsby. Okay. Grimsby, Eurus kind of gestures for you to make the opening bet.
He's just going to put in 1 gold like before.
Okay. Eurus. Oh, sorry, go on.
Do we roll our d20s first?
No, you put your bets in first.
Okay.
Eurus is going to match that, as is the gent. Orthan, how much would you like to put in?
It was just 1, right? We're starting with?
Yes.
Yeah, he'll put in 1. He's just ease into the first round.
Okay. All right. Everyone, go ahead and roll d20.
Grims is going to immediately cheat for this one.
Okay. You learned from last time that the way to prosper is to cheat well ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay, are you doing the same distraction sleight of hand maneuver?
Yeah, if that's possible.
Yeah, of
This
course.
thing's going to say, oh my god, a very short human.
Okay, go ahead and make a deception check.
20, unnatural.
Okay. You'd think that Eurus and this gent would have learned from last time, but apparently not, because they turned to take a look. Orthan, are you insight checking that, or are you...
No, that beats his passive perception.
Okay,
He
then
will
you
look
also
for
turn
the-
to look.
He will look for the short human, kind of wondering if Grimsby's being racist.
Go ahead and make your...
Oh wait,
sleight of hand
actually,
check.
is there like are there any other? Is there a dwarf nearby where like Grimsby's nearby to where Grimsby's putting their attention?
Let's see. Let me just make a quick check. Roll a d100.
Okay. That is 81.
Yes, there is. There is a dwarf nearby with a mess of ginger hair.
Okay. Well, let Grimsby make his sleight of hand while Orthan's looking, but Orthan will reply after that.
Okay. All right, Grimsby, go ahead and make your sleight of hand check.
16.
16.
Oh no, not even 16, 13.
13.
Yeah.
That beats Orthan's passive perception.
Yeah, and it beats yours as well. Okay. You can go ahead and re-roll your d20.
Okay. Okay, nice.
So Orphan and Grimsby, what did you each roll?
Orphan rolled a 9. Wait, actually, no, I shouldn't tell. I shouldn't say, because if I say, that gives Finn information.
We should be betting against each other.
Exactly.
That's true.
I'll message
I'm gonna
you.
message you.
Yeah, message me privately.
And also, Orphan would turn to Grimsby and say, I would have hoped that you would have learned to recognize a dwarf by now. That is
So would I,
not
but I think it
a
might have just been a
small
very hairy
human.
baby.
What did you just say?
I think it might have just been a very hairy baby.
Yes, I heard you the first time.
And with that, the next round of betting commences. Grimsby, how much are you putting in?
He's going to put in 2 gold.
Okay. Eurus will match that, as will the second gentleman. Orphan, how much are you putting in?
10 gold.
I got such a fright there.
Grimsby, are you matching that?
Yeah. So let me do some mathematics. Okay.
The total goes to 11.
I think if I put in 2, so I need to put in 8, which takes it down to... Nice. Sorted.
Okay. Eurus is going to fold, but the other gent is going to continue to play. Alright, can everyone roll their d12s for me, please?
Okay.
And could you folks PM me with your results? Okay. Okay. So, now it's time for the final round of betting. Grimsby, how much would you like to put in?
3 more gold.
Okie dokie. The first gentleman is going to match that. Orphan, how much are you putting in?
Let me check how much money Orphan actually has. Yeah, Orphan will match that. Why not?
Okay, sure. All right. In that case, can everyone go ahead and make their d6 rolls, please? And once again, if you just PM me the results for that. Okay. Okay. So, you all make your final. You all put down your cards at the end. The gent reveals his hand and reveals that he has 21 altogether. Orphan?
Sorry?
The first, the gentleman here at the table has put down his cards and he has a 21 altogether.
Yeah, Orphan beats that.
What does Orphan have now that his
27.
cards are down on the table? 27. Okay, and Grimsby?
What does Orphan have?
27.
27.
27. Grimsby has 28.
Wow! Cheating soon.
Orphan, could you make an intelligence check, please? I believe it's an intelligence check.
Yeah, but no promises. That is 17.
17. Grimsby, what is your spell save DC?
I think it's like 16.
Hey.
17, but he still beats it. He still beats it.
Hey, wait a minute.
Orthan, you squint closer at this card and you see that it's like part of it is like phasing into Grimsby's hand. You're pretty sure it's in an illusion spell of some sort.
Can Orthan wave his hand through it to dispel it?
Yes, I mean, I don't know if it dispels it, but you can certainly, like...
I think touching an illusion can dispel it, I think. Is that a thing with minor illusion, which I assume this is?
So, yeah, it's minor illusion.
I don't know, because Shansu used that a lot.
Oh, yes. Well, it reveals it to be an illusion because things can pass through it, but I don't think it dispels it. So you go to reach for it, and your hand indeed passes through. The man at the other side of the table raises an eyebrow at you, Grimsby, looking peeved and unimpressed.
Ghost cards. This is gonna secede and leave.
Okay. All right.
Push the money over to Arthur.
So, Orphan.
It's what happens if you call it. It's what happens when you say the noble dwarves are hairy babies.
You get 45 gold for them.
Nice.
Okay. And that was 38 special.
Nice. That was fun. Grimsby's never gambling again.
Yeah, Bryn's gonna go up to Grimsby after that and just be like, shake her head and say, the trick to enjoying gambling is not to gamble with your own money, Grimsby.
Do tell.
Oh, well, I think it works better for, well, perhaps with your abilities and talents you could make it work, but it's better to, charm someone else into giving you a little bit of spending money, Make friends with the affluent folk. That's what I do when I feel like it.
Let's see you do it then.
Well, I'm not particularly dressed for it, Grimsby. I'm here in, this just hideous leather. Ugh. It's not exactly... And I've got my swords with me. This is not exactly, I won't exactly be able to charm anybody looking like this.
Right, we are in quite a fine establishment, and we're really muddying it with our presence, I would say. Maybe we should all head back and get a bit freshened up before a night on the town.
I would say that is quite wise.
Agreed.
Lots of money to be made here.
All right, so are you all going to head back to the Candlehearth Hall for the moment?
Grimsby definitely will be. I don't know if everyone else will want to.
Grubs, what are you up to at the moment? Are you still
Grubs is probably
people?
still sort of running around and guiding people.
Nice.
And hoping he doesn't attract the attention of any sort of security or anything.
You do see a couple of security people look your way, but they just look kind of baffled and ignore you. They don't really know what to make.
Old tortoise running up and down, patting people on the shoulder, and then patting the next person on the shoulder.
Yeah.
And people not actually winning or losing any more afterwards.
Farron, are you happy to head out for the moment as well?
Yeah, she kind of sniffs her armpit and is like, yep, shower, freshening up.
Time to go.
It's been a few weeks.
And Orthan?
Orthan will go back,
Okay.
He'll ask.
So you all. No, go on. Sorry.
On the way back, he'll ask if anyone has a hairbrush he can borrow, a brush he can borrow.
Does anyone?
Bryn has a comb, and she's gonna hand it to him, kind of begrudgingly.
He won't use it until they get back in.
Okay. So, you all come back to the Candlehearth Hall. The inn is it sits on the edge of a small square. And at this time of day, there are chatting couples and friends kind of sat on the stairs of this square, whiling away the hours. In the center of the square is a bronze statue that you would have noticed before. It's a statue of Thospor with his long beard, his trident splitting the sky, and it's covered in a greenish patina. And there, huddled up in the shadow of the statue, is a young boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old. Other than that, the people sort of milling around and talking are from all walks of life, really. Although you seem to find that there are more wealthy people here than you saw in the Four Winds market. It seems that this side of the Twin Cities is a little more affluent. Okay, are you all head again?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What's the boy sitting near the statue doing?
Make a perception check.
20, unnatural.
20, okay, yeah. You look over in his direction, and he's curled up in upon himself. He's kind of huddled up into a little ball, his arms wrapped around his knees. It doesn't look like he's doing much of anything except sitting there pressed right back against the stone, well, not the stone, sorry, the bronze of the statue, sort of looking uncertainly at people as they pass by with a... You could probably detect with that higher roll a kind of hint of anxiety on his face.
Grubbs would approach him slowly.
Okay. You
Hey,
move closer.
Are you right?
He looks up at you. You see that he appears to be Ashaporian. He's got brown skin and thick dark hair that's a mass of small, tight curls that are cut short atop his head. And up close, you can also see that his clothes are quite fine. They're simple, but they're made of rich fabric. He's got a burgundy tunic on and leather slippers embroidered with pink and red thread. When you approach and you speak to him, he looks up at you with the air of a startled rabbit, his wide blue eyes blinking up at you, lips pursed beneath a button nose. And he says, yes, I'm fine. He looks at you uncertainly. Could you just make a general charisma check? Because I'm guessing you're trying to be sort of not intimidating. So just make a check to see how well this comes across.
6.
6. Okay.
Oh no, I've aphid it.
The boy sort of scoots away further and moves into a crouch as if to jump up and run away at the last moment. And he looks you up and down. I'm not doing anything wrong.
I didn't think you were. I just thought you looked a bit concerned.
He looks at you again. What are all the rest of you doing at this moment? Have you all just gone inside, or are you all waiting for Grubbs, or...?
I think...
Watching.
Yeah, kind of... I feel like Farm would be kind of intrigued as well. Like she's maybe kind of like halfway over to like the boy, but kind of like stops and is just kind of watching.
Okay. The boy looks up at you, Grubbs, and then past you at the rest of the party, eyes falling to Farron. And he looks back at you and shrinks again against the statue. And says rather defensively, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. And Mama says I shouldn't talk to strangers. And he sort of folds his little arms over his chest.
I kind of feel like maybe Farron would kind of go up and kind of say, or kind of walk slowly up, not to kind of freak him out more. Just kind of say it's wise to listen to your parents, but if you need anything, just give us a shout.
Okay. Go ahead and same as Grubs, just make a charisma check for me.
Okay.
So just straight up add your charisma modifier.
Get a d20.
Mm-hmm.
So I rolled a 10 and my charisma. Bear with me, I should know this by now.
Sorry.
It's a +3, so it's a 13.
13, okay. You see the boy look at you, Farron, and then relax just a tiny bit. He drops out of his crouched position. And again, shuffles back as far as he can against the statue, but looks a little less anxious. He does now and then sort of glance at Grubs uncertainly.
I think Farron will just kind of give him like a smile and kind of just back off to make him feel a bit more at ease.
He relaxes a bit further, and then seems to be having a bit of an internal debate with himself. He's looking between the two of you and worrying his lower lip. He can't be more than about 7 or 8, you think, looking at him. After a length of time, he says, it's just... I'm not happy at the palace anymore. It's not the same. I had to get away.
What happened?
I don't know if I can tell you. I told others and they didn't listen.
Stubbs is going to get his little blanket out and he's going to put it down on the ground and sit down on it with a sigh and say, well then, we have some time if you want to tell, we will listen.
Okay, make a persuasion check with advantage, since Farron has been sort of coaxing this boy out of his shell a bit.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Grumsby?
Oh, sorry.
I don't know about that. Grubs can make the check because he
Okay.
is one asking.
That's a 17.
A 17, okay. The boy considers you for a moment, Grubs, and then says, well, I don't like them. My family and my nan, I don't like them anymore. They're all acting funny. And now Leander is too. And no one believes me, but he doesn't want to play anymore and doesn't make jokes like he used to. And he sort of hesitates again and worries his lower lip some more and looks at you and then says, 2 nights ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and Leander was stood over my bed and he said it was just a prank, but it made me upset and I don't want to share a room with him anymore. But Mother says I'm being silly.
And,
sorry,
Leander, is that your brother?
Yes. Yes. I'm Juniper. And then after a moment he says, you might have heard of me, my daddy's famous.
Well, I have to say I'm not really from around here, so not entirely sure. But is there any way we can help at all? Perhaps we can have a word with Leander for you.
If you like. He doesn't come out the palace. I'm not allowed out really, but I know secret ways out. He says this in like the air of like a conspiracy, and then he looks a little bit like he's thinking, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that actually, and looks a bit shy again and sort of retreats into himself a bit more.
I'll just say, I think by this point, Grimsby would have come over and is standing closer to the conversation and might be listening now.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think Bryn would as well. If she sees Grimsby doing that, she's like, yeah, this is something's up here.
Okay. Orphan, what are you doing?
Okay. After everyone else is heading over, he'll he'll go over too.
Okay. Juniper looks at you all as you approach and looks a bit worried and looks at you, Farron, for some reassurance.
No, Farron, like, kind of, just to make him feel more comfortable, kind of, like, kneel down and just look up at him like she's totally focused on him and that we're all listening to him.
Nice.
Grubs is going to get out his little magic bird and just sort of gently open the beak.
Okay.
So that the bird song rings out around the square.
Nice, okay. You take out the little bird, open its beak, and this tune fills the square. Juniper looks at you, or rather at the bird, with an expression of wonderment. And he reaches forward as if to grab it, and then checks himself, and then looks at you, Grubs, and says, "Can I hold it?"
Yes, of course. And Grubs will hand it over.
He takes it, and he smiles down at it, and he closes the beak, and then he opens it again, and then he closes it again, and then he opens it, and this time leaves it that way, and looks at you with a smile and says, "Is this from the dwarf stall? They've got magic toys there. Is this one?"
Oh, it's similar, but no. I think a friend gave this one to me.
They sound like a good friend. And he looks at it for a little more, and then with a little sigh and a smile, hands it back over to you, Grubs.
Do you want to see another trick?
Yes.
Grubs gets the bird call staff out.
Okay.
He casts thaumaturgy to make any sort of lights flicker in the area, and he slams the staff into the ground and makes a goose honking noise.
The Juniper looks a little bit kind of startled when the torches around the square start flickering. But then the goose call sounds out, this obnoxious honk, and his look of bewilderment quickly melts to one of glee, and he laughs and claps his little hands together. How did you do that?
Oh, this staff is magical. It's got lots of tiny birds trapped inside. They make noises if I ask them to.
Oh, wow. And he kind of looks at the staff with his eyes wide as saucers. Can I get one?
We'll have to see if we can find one for you.
He gives a smile at that and seems quite satisfied with that answer.
But before that, perhaps we should make sure that everything's all right with you. We don't want you to get in any trouble for being out here or anything. But we don't want you to be scared if you go back home either.
Yeah. And right away he kind of goes back to a sort of not as defensive as before and not as scared. But as the subject's brought up again, he does sort of shrink a little bit into himself. And he says, Mama lets me stay in her room right now. I told her it's nightmares. And she says I'm too old to stay with her, but she lets me anyway. But I don't know how long for. And I don't want to go back to my room with Leander there.
When did Leander start acting strangely, would you say?
He thinks for a moment, and he's got his tongue stuck out a little bit. And then he says, a long time. It was... And he sticks his tongue out again. It was Eller Day. It was an Eller Day. I remember. Yes.
I can't remember which day that was.
It is basically Wednesday.
Okay. Oh, I've actually got a date list for it, yeah. Okay. This last Elo day or a day before that?
He thinks again, his brow creases. Before that.
Interesting. How very strange. Do you want us to go and have a word with him?
Maybe. I don't know if they'll let you in. My papa doesn't like visitors anymore.
At that, Bryn will look to Eurus if he's around and be like, The Lord is from Ashapur, though, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Well, and then she'll just kind of not say anything else, but give a little shrug.
You want me to try for an audience?
Perhaps we should discuss it more after this conversation.
All right. Juniper sort of blinks up at you as you have this brief exchange, but quickly loses interest in whatever you're talking about and just starts ogling Grubbs's bird staff again.
So, Juniper, what do you want to do now? What do you think is the best course of action here?
He sighs a little and says, well, it is safer for me at the palace. I don't know anyone here. I know you now, but Mama will be angry if she finds out I spoke to strangers.
Well, we certainly don't want her angry at you, do we?
No.
So perhaps you could escort us to your palace and we will make sure you get there safely.
He hesitates for a moment. And then, after thinking it over, gives his head a tiny little shake and says, it's okay, I can get there myself. And then he says again, he leans forward, Grubbs, and cups his hands and whispers, but it's a very loud whisper, it's not very effective. He says, I know secret ways.
Ah, yes. Grubbs will do an over-exaggerated wink. Yes, we wouldn't want anyone to know about those, would we?
No.
If you think that's the best way of getting home and you think you'll be safe, then perhaps that is the best way, and perhaps we can see if we can help talk to your parents or Leander in the morning.
Yes, that would be good. I'll be brave. And then he gets to his feet and he dusts himself off. And looks you all over and gives a tiny, rather stiff and formal little bow, and then turns tail and scuttles off between the alleyways surrounding the square.
Who was that boy? What were you talking about? I was a bit confused.
He said his name was Juniper, and he mentioned living in a palace.
Oh, I heard about him at the market. Apparently he acts very strangely.
Well, according to him, it's his brother who has suddenly started acting strangely, to the extent that he's scared to be around him.
That is very interesting, yes. And you said he was an Ashaporian nobleman, or his father anyway was.
Someone said that, I think.
Yes. When we were speaking with the dwarf at the toy stall, he spoke of some of the political situation, and yes, I think his father is Ashaporian, so that could be beneficial if we decide to look into this for us.
Yes, I do support that route.
Perhaps we should see if we can arrange some sort of audience or something in the morning.
Yes, I back that as well.
Yes, it may be difficult for all of us, though. If it is as the boy says, that he doesn't care for visitors, then he may only want to see those who are somewhat high profile. I can't be sure, but we may need to make ourselves appear more than we are in social circles, if that makes sense. I don't know yet.
I think we can do that quite easily.
One detail to consider is perhaps we should figure out exactly who Juniper's father is before we go and request to speak to him.
That is also a very good point.
That does sound wise. We wouldn't want to speak to the wrong person.
Well,
Maybe
I'm
someone
sure
at the
if
inn
we...
can tell us.
Yes. I'm sure someone knows.
Well, in the meantime, what would we like to do with the evening? Do we want to all get dressed up, refresh ourselves, and then go back to the Minair Bell? Or what?
Bryn will look at her shortish hair and say, well, I think I might actually try to see if I can get a more noblish hairstyle. I don't know if they do have means of lengthening this. You know, convenient for the road, but not for playing any parts of finery, I don't think. We shall see.
Okay, so what all is everyone doing now?
It sounds like we're trying to find a way of cleaning up.
Okay. All right. Well, you all can head into the inn. There are like wash tables in each of your rooms. There's a bathroom as well, just one. In fact, two. Sorry. Should any of you want to actually take a bath and clean up nice and proper. At this point, it's probably pushing on for 5 o'clock, I would say. So early evening's coming around. You got plenty of the day left, really.
Can Orphan try to use Bryn's comb on his beard?
Yes, you can.
Does the comb withstand it? This?
Is it quite a fine and fine-toothed comb, would you say, Bryn?
It's just a wooden comb. I think it's it would have like a medium sort of gaps between the teeth, but I'm not sure it would withstand Orthan's beard if it's got a lot of tugs in it.
You comb it through, Orthan, and it just gets stuck. And you pull it out, and it's covered in, like, curly bits of grey hair.
He will return it to Bryn like that.
Bryn will take it into her hand like a dead rat. And
it
just
looks
look
like
at
one
him.
of it.
She'll look at him and just say, "Really?"
It didn't quite work. But thank you anyway.
"Oh, you're most welcome," she'll say, just like setting it aside. Bryn wants to go to the salon of some kind. She just wants somewhere to get hair extensions. That's all she wants now. She's got it in her head.
That's her quest. The dreamless who? Hair time. Okay. Eurus will come with you. Do you want to... No, just as company, just as moral support.
She doesn't actually want to speak to him, so this is good.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage, since Eurus is with you, to see if you can find a salon or something like it?
She got a 15.
A 15. Okay. You start wandering through the streets of Manair. It takes you a little while of searching, but you could certainly find one. Your conversation with Eurus, do you want to have that while you're having a look for it?
Yeah, it's just going to be brief.
Okay, we'll do that now.
So, I was wondering if you... my old name, the name. I was wondering what the word is about that. What do people think happened to me?
Well, your father has done his best to keep it under wraps, as I'm sure you can well imagine.
Mm-hmm.
The popular rumor seems to be that you were ungrateful and a brat and ran off. I don't know if that's what most people believe or if it's what they want your father to think they believe, but that's what the word in the city is, anyway.
Interesting. Not surprising, but still interesting. I only ask because, it might prove useful if I can, at some point, use my name if I need to. But that is a risk, and I need to know exactly what sort of risk I'm posing to myself. But if people around here don't know much, apart from perhaps just the name, then that might be useful at some point. I don't want to, I don't know. I don't want to do it, but it might be use. I just don't know. Is it any of use? It
very well might be. I don't think that you're under much scrutiny here in terms of your family. I would be surprised if anyone but the nobles heard of it and then just a passing familiarity. I mean, the goings-on in Caldriel aren't really the business of people up here. I don't think they think once about the Underdark.
Then perhaps I might use it if we need to. It could be useful, but I'm not sure yet. But either way, I can't go around looking like this if I am to try and use some of my weight, as they say in social circles. But again, if you think it's limited risk, it could be helpful in us getting an audience at the palace, especially with you. That's what I've been thinking. So thank you for telling me.
That's all right.
And then she's gonna carry on.
Okay, all right. So as I say, you managed to find a place. After a little while of looking around, it seems like it's more sort of for, again, the more affluent side of the city. As you come inside, a woman with an apron covered in like splotchy bits of color gives you a look over, but doesn't say anything. She just gives you a little smile instead and says, "Can I help, ma'am?"
Yes. I don't suppose you have any means of making my hair about 4 times as long as it is?
We might have something that would do that. Let me see. I've never considered hair extensions in a vaguely medieval fantasy world. I'm just gonna say, you know what? Magic extensions are a thing. Someone would have figured out a way. So she sort of directs your attention to a book that she opens up, and inside it's got like small samples where there's like hair attached to a little strip, and it's been put inside. And she smiles proudly and says, "I worked on the design for these myself. They attach magically.
Interesting.
None of that messy glue or what have you."
Ugh. Indeed. Wouldn't want that to show, would you?
No.
Bryn will point to the one that's the closest match to her hair.
Okay.
And say, I think these ones will probably do. What do you think?
She picks it up and holds it up against your hair and holds it in place roughly where it would fall and fluffs it about your face and says, "Yes, I think that would be a good choice. You can't even tell the difference."
Well, I'll take this then, please, if that's all I will require.
Of course. It will be 20 gold.
That's fine by me, and she'll just hand the money over.
Oh, well, lovely. She pockets that away and then bids you to sit down in a chair in front of this large polished mirror. And then she begins applying the hair extensions. It's done relatively quickly. Since they are just magic, she pretty much just like puts them in place. And then after a moment, they sort of seem to adhere themselves through some magic. And by the time she's done, your hair pretty much just looks like it's naturally long.
Does it compare to her old hair when she used to have it really long?
You think that people who weren't as familiar with you wouldn't be able to tell a difference? You can, just because, you know, you lived with your hair, but it still looks very nice.
Can she ask her to braid it back into like an updo of some sort, just the sort of classic elven look?
Of course, yeah. She seems happy to do that and starts working away. And before long, has taken a few strands of hair and has made 2 braids going back over your head, sort of coiling at your crown. And she kind of reaches forward to pluck a couple bits of hair to have them sort of frame the sides of your face, just a couple coils of hair, and says, "What about that?"
Bryn will nod and say, "Yes, that's perfect for me, thank you."
Hey. Well, you look wonderful, if I do say so myself. Not to toot my own horn. Well, I hope to see you again.
Oh, well, thank you. I hope to see you again too. You're very talented. And she'll give her a tip of just 1 gold piece.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I look forward to seeing you again. Enjoy
Well,
the
thank
rest
you
of
very
your
much.
evening.
And you too. And then that's it. That's her done. She'll just be like, she'll just say to Eurus, so, an improvement or...
Eurus takes a step back and sort of looks over you appraisingly. And he's got a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. And he says, yes, I suppose so. Not that you didn't already look lovely, of course, but I am partial to the long hair.
Well, I prefer it short for practical reasons, but this is a nice change, I suppose. Anyway, yes, thank you. Right. Shall we meet up with the others?
Yes, let's. I'm sure Grimsby is itching to get back to the Minear Bell.
Oh yes, well, I need to change into my dress for that.
I could do with a change of clothes myself, and he looks down at his armour. Well, shall we then?
Yes, we shall.
Okay. You guys make your way back to the Candlehearth Hall. In the meantime, what has everyone else been doing? Have you all just gotten ready? Are you kicking about waiting? What's going on?
Arthur wouldn't be needing to do much to prepare.
Okay.
He'll wear his formal top,
All right.
which is
I mean-
the same as his informal top,
Sounds all right.
which is to say nothing.
How is everyone else prepared? What are you all wearing this evening?
Gubbs will polish his shell.
Very,
Oh.
very nice.
Is it like what is it? Those the sponge and the stick, like in the bath.
Yeah.
If there was some sort of polishing stick, then yes, that's probably what he would use. Because I don't think he can quite
Or does
reach.
he have like a polishing tower that he like rubs himself against?
He would probably enjoy that, but no, he didn't bring it with him. Yeah, total bathrooms are just a toilet and a sort of rubbing pole.
It's like a tree, like the bears rubbing their back against them. Grimsby will have re-summoned the rat, but this time rat will be a spider.
Okay.
So he will mark off. Oh, wait, do you still need components if it's a ritual? I always forget this.
I don't think so.
You need to pay the gold cost though for that one, unfortunately. Or the gold cost of materials, I think.
Oh god, it is a gold cost material then, so we'll mark that off.
I always forget how I never use them, so I just. Oh no, yeah, it doesn't expend a spell slot.
Gotcha. In that case, he's going to cast Find Familiar and resummon it as a sort of like a spider that perches on his shoulder. He's going to go back to his room and he's going to drop all his disguises and take his mask off and see if he can try and use a comb on his like coarse fur and see what that does. And just stand there for a while staring at himself and trying to style it.
Okay. You can certainly do that. You actually make like a, I don't know what, like a sleight of hand, maybe.
Sure. 12. Oh, 13. 13.
Okay. You tug the comb through, none too gently, particularly. And it kind of gets stuck in a few places, snags on a few tangles. But after battling with it for a little while, you manage to get your hair into some semblance of neatness, if nothing else.
Going to sort of nod, relatively satisfied, and then put the disguise back up as a human man and he's gonna get changed into nicer clothes.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Farron, what about you? What are you doing?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking because I feel like Farron doesn't really have much on her, really, like in terms of like armor and weapons and stuff. Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're
so
good.
I was thinking maybe could I cast like disguise self and like maybe kind of make my armor look better than what it actually is? And
Yes, you can do that. I think it lasts an hour.
yeah.
So
Oh god,
it's
that
up
could get
to
us in
you.
trouble later.
Potentially.
That's a problem for future Farron.
Do you want to wait until you're like about to leave, or until you've reached the place, just so it lasts a little longer during your stay? Or
Yeah, I think I'll leave casting disguise self until we actually like get there.
Sure.
Yeah, I never thought about that.
That's all right. Okay. Okay, you're all ready. Farron, you'd be interested in knowing that the bard is back.
Oh dear.
It sort of reappears. They reappear. Like
Just
once you guys
here
are
when
ready.
you guys look amazing, and I look like a I don't know, a broomstick. I don't
The
know.
bard starts throwing tomatoes at you. No, I'm joking. But yes, after you're all ready, Bryn and Eurus reappear a little while later. And Eurus disappears to make himself ready. Bryn, do you do likewise?
If she sees the others first, she'll go over and say hello before she goes to get her like red dress.
Sure. I'd imagine everyone's in the... Well, I suppose if you're all in the common room, that's actually upstairs away from all the bedrooms. I don't know. Would you guys be downstairs?
Groves would probably be somewhere people would see him if he was greeting people.
Yeah.
As would Grimsby.
Yeah, so you bump into them all.
She'll just kind of like gesture to her hair. So, do you recognize me?
Who are you?
Her
It's
smile.
Bryn. Your hair, it's grown. How
Yes,
strange.
I got some extensions put in. Magical ones, in fact. A little pricey, but yes, I thought it would do the trick.
I love them. They look amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, look very nice.
How does everybody else look, actually? Because I was at the bathroom when everyone was getting ready.
I wonder if they come in grey.
Basically, every single one of you guys look fantastic apart from me.
Oh no! Does Farron need some help?
Well, Farron said it. Arthur looks fantastic. Aaron's words.
Just because like Farron doesn't really have a lot, she's just gonna use like a disguise self spell when she gets to the place.
Okay, fair. Bruno say, do you have I was just about to go upstairs to put that red dress on that I have. Do you have a dress, Farron, or anything like that?
I don't.
Oh, that's a shame. We'll have to buy you one then.
Oh, that's very kind.
Oh, here, I might have something. And Grimsby's going to pull out the sable cloak that he has with the little ruby brooch.
Okay.
Oh my god.
And he's going to pass it to Farron.
Oh,
Like, I don't know if animal fur's your thing, but
oh, it's gorgeous. Thank you so much.
he nods his head.
There you are. Now with the cloak, you look a little bit more distinguished, even without the disguise self.
Oh, Farron's blushing. Thank you so much.
Groves is going to look from Bryn's new hairstyle to Orphan's semi-combed beard, and he's sort of going to look like he's sort of thinking to himself for a moment. I mean, cast minor illusion to give himself a little toupee.
I love grubs. Fantastic. Okay.
Bryn's look at it and just kind of go, yes, well, I'm going to go upstairs and get changed. I'll be back in a moment.
All right. We'll just be down here.
Alrighty. I am just going to be right back. I'm going to get some tea and pop to the bathroom quickly. So if anyone else needs to do such things, go ahead. We'll just imagine the dress montage, I suppose. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Me too. Tea sounds amazing.
Yeah, tea time.
Tea time.
Smart.
All right. See you in a second.
See ya.
Damn, the family group chat is popping off. What's going on?
Are they going crazy?
They're sending in lots of pictures of snow. And I'm like, all right, I can one-up you guys.
That does sound
Right.
It's
So
not really
exciting.
snowy here anymore.
We still got snow in like the green in the backyard, because it's like mostly sheltered from the sun because like it's just surrounded by buildings. But yeah, it's cute. All the kids go out and make little snowmen. It's really nice.
That is very cute.
Oh, anyway, I'll be
I
back
was
in a
walking
moment.
through-
No,
worries.
you go on. It's fine. I just had to go
Oh, no,
get
I'm
my
just saying, I was
kettle.
walking through
Like,
the meadow and I saw a bunch of snowmen and I was like, oh, that's it.
oh, I know. I want to make a snowman, but I'm like 23.
It's no reason to not make a snowman.
I feel like you need a child with you as an excuse, or you need to be drunk with a bunch of other people.
It sounds like extrapolations.
If you want to make a snowman, stop making excuses and go make a snowman.
Make a snowman.
I don't know. I
Don't
just
let
feel
your
like
dreams be memes.
Oh, I can't remember how we got onto it last night, but we ended up showing my parents the Shia LaBeouf song,
oh, I love that song.
and
Enjoy
my
that.
mum just did not get it at all and was moaning the whole
That's the
time.
worst part. That's the worst part.
Moaning about what? Not
Why did
getting
someone
it?
bother making it? So
It's
mainly.
art. Anyway, right, I'll be back.
Why would someone make any song?
Some people just don't understand.
I'll also be back in a minute.
Once Sarah is back, I will also disappear for a minute.
Nice.
I realised something. This is off topic, but I realised something about Shansu.
Oh yeah.
I made him a bit more OP than I should have.
So, do tell.
I may have misinterpreted the College of Lore I may have misinterpreted magical secrets on Bard in quite a strong fashion. I gave him like 2 extra spell slots on level 3.
Because he had those.
That's how he was casting so many fireballs all the time.
He's just that powerful.
He's just special. He's just built different.
Yeah, because I had the impression that the number of spell slots you knew was equal to the number of spells that you knew. Which doesn't make any sense for the classes that know every spell.
Well, hey ho. He'll be special.
He's out there somewhere with his. He's a freak of nature. 2 extra level 3 spell slots.
Just a little bit more magical and a little bit more terrifying.
He's done something questionable in the past to get there, but you know, we don't talk about it.
I just got lucky.
Microwaving. Sorry.
Microwave.
He's microwaving something.
Oh,
and I want to know what it is.
What's that boy making?
I haven't eaten yet today. It's not on purpose. It's just like, I just realized now that he's microwaving something. I haven't had food yet.
Hello.
Should eat something.
Okay,
You should eat something,
I'm
I
gonna
agree.
be back. I'll be back in a minute or 2 as well.
I'm gonna get some bread, maybe.
Get some fat.
Bread is a good idea.
Yeah, I often just kind of like don't eat. I mean, I haven't been up that long. I woke up at like 11, so it's only like wait until lunch to eat instead of having breakfast. God, I need to sort my life out.
Oh, don't worry, honestly.
I just had a slice of freshly made cake shoved through the door at me, so I'm
Oh,
Oh,
really
that's so
are winning.
nice. Yeah.
what kind of cake is it?
I think it's Guinness cake.
Oh, Guinness cake. Ooh.
Guinness cake. Guinness cake, very good.
I'm doing that thing that dogs do where I'm just staring at Tim hoping he'll get the hint.
Do you think he will?
No. I should probably go do it, but I don't want to leave my seat. I have my tea now.
That's pretty valid. I need to clear my throat.
Tim! Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, I wanted Bryn to give the boy, like, the boat, but I was like, she's not going to do that. She's not just going to go up to a kid and go, here's a toy boat that I bought for 10 gold.
Rich anyway, he'll be fine.
She might do later, but she wouldn't just go up and be like, this sad child needs a boat. That's not her style.
It
See
was an
how sad he
expensive boat,
really
to be
is.
fair.
That was a very expensive boat. So
I'm kind of ruling it that 1 gold is equivalent to £10. So,
that
apart
makes
from when I
sense.
decide that is no longer the case, because, what's consistency?
And then,
So that
then
was
it
the
ends up
100
with,
gold for that.
food being coppers and things, which doesn't really make sense. I suppose it could be cheaper
I
to get
think-
make food in a farming-based medieval industry. I don't know.
Yeah, I tend
The
to.
times I've tried to find an equivalent
I
thing,
know.
and everything's just like, don't bother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a mess because
It's-
the economy. The fact that you have magic items, it just completely ruins the economy of it. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I think you basically have to consider them as sort of like top of the line tech, basically.
I think I just like with food and drink, it's either like coppers or silvers if it's slightly nicer. So most of the time, anyway. So I just basically, I'm like, well, you know what? It doesn't matter. Like, when are you going to miss 5 copper? You know what I mean? So like, if it's gold, I find that I like to have a little bit more structure to it. But with silver and copper, it's like, well. If I get the price of stew wrong one time, I don't think any of you are going to beat me up. So it's fine.
Oh, just
It's
wait until we have
fine.
an in-person session again.
You what? Sorry.
Just wait till we have an in-person session again. I haven't
get
given you that
mobbed.
mash that we got from the street vendors.
That was some delicious and cost-effective match.
One eye open.
I always do.
Hey, in real
Um,
life, people charge people wrong for food. It's fine. I've done
well, you
it.
see, exactly.
All the time. Numbers are hard.
Numbers are really
Exactly.
hard.
Prices change. The economy.
I just like that catalog, the 5e catalog, is really handy.
Oh, I love
But
that thing.
sometimes I'm looking for the most obscure shit, and it's just not in there. Like, they're not going to tell me how much granite costs, And yet here I am,
Yeah.
trying to figure it out, and I'm like, this doesn't matter. And then I move on.
Sometimes it just ain't that helpful.
Exactly. Is Lindsay back? Is that a no?
That sounds like
Oh.
a no.
It's hard to
Oh.
tell.
Lindsay? I thought it flashed green. It's green. What? Lindsay?
Thank you.
Okay, we will wait a little more for Lindsay. I don't know where he has gone.
You don't like it?
I do like it. It's great.
Lindsay's gone
Thank you.
AWOL.
What? What?
It's nothing.
What is it?
It's nothing.
You want this?
No.
So I'm just bringing it forward.
No. It's fine. Thank you. I'm sorry. Tim gave me some bread, and I just stared at it, and he's like, "What's wrong with it?"
Tell me what's wrong with it.
Nothing. Nothing.
Well, while we're waiting for Lindsay, is there any roleplay you guys would like to do amongst yourselves? Any conversations you'd like to have at all?
We'll squeeze over to Bryn if Bryn's around.
I was thinking this is going to happen, right?
I like the hair.
Put it in the braid.
No, I'm not. Sorry, Tim. She'll say, "Oh, thank you. Yes. I used to wear it a little like this when I was younger."
Oh yes. Well, it suits you. It's very nice.
Oh, thank you. How are you, by the way, today? How do you feel after the loss of money?
I'm perfectly fine about it because I know I'll be getting it all back later this evening.
Be careful. You know.
Careful is my middle name.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's actually Edward. But anyway.
Wait, so your name is Ted Edward Grimsby?
The third.
Ted Edward Grimsby.
Sure.
Ted
Let's go with
Edward.
that.
Ted Edward. Or is it
I didn't
Teddy
name
Edward?
myself. Wasn't me that chose it.
I'm still, every time I see you now, I think Teddy. I can't help it, I'm sorry.
Please don't do that. It's better that we just don't.
Well, what would you prefer I call you?
Grimsby, like everybody else.
Well, of course, but, you know, I can't help it if my mind calls you Ted Edward now.
Well, what's your real name?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Aha.
Maybe.
So Bryn isn't your real name. I knew it.
I mean, do you really think someone like me goes around with my actual name?
No, true. I feel like everybody has a fake name nowadays.
It's
I wonder if
fashionable.
Orthan. It is fashionable. It's cool. I wonder if Orthan or Grubbs have fake names, or Farron.
You know, that might be worth finding out. I don't think Orthan does, because Orthan's always asking about his family, and if we've heard of them. Farron, potentially, but she seems quite, I don't know, honest.
She's a very earnest individual. Is Farron around?
Is Farron around?
No, sorry. She's out of earshot.
Well, Grimsby might wave over at her.
Farron kind of look up and wave back. Okay.
It'll do sort of like a get over here kind of hand
Oh.
gesture.
And she's like, oh, okay. Runs over.
Farron.
Hey, what's up?
So, being the newest member of our little travelling circus, we're wondering, is Farron your real name?
You don't like butter and jam? Sorry.
Sorry, what was
I'm so
that?
sorry. Which one did you like? Only butter?
Sorry, Tim just pointed at me and went, you don't like butter and jam, that's what it is. And I'm like,
You don't like
So
butter
which
and
one do you
jam?
like again? Just jam.
I'm a just butter or jam person. I'm so sorry. Okay, yes, Tim, that's true, but I'm eating it. I'm happy, it's fine.
Sorry.
Not even on like scones?
Scones is different, but I prefer cream.
Scones is different.
Ah,
Scones
Anyway,
is special.
I'm so
Keeps
sorry for
supplying.
derailing. Sorry.
that's fine, I'm back now.
My whole life long, as far as I'm aware. I'd be
Is
quite
that
shocked
life?
if my name wasn't that.
And how long
Well-
have you been Farron?
Oh. I don't even know how old I am. I haven't even thought of that.
Let me double check for you. You are. I will PM you in the off chance that Farron doesn't want to be honest about her age. There
Okay.
you are.
Ever ask a lady's age?
Holy shit.
That's an interesting.
I'm excited. Tell me, because Bryn needs to know this.
It's not years, is it? It's something else in this sort of realm, isn't it?
I know it's years.
It's years, okay. I can't remember if that's old or quite young.
For an elf, it's young. Don't panic.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
Oh, that's not so bad. She's like, oh, I'm 42. So 42 years.
And you're a elf, aren't you? So that makes you what? Like an adolescent?
Yes. Although
Interesting.
my life on the road and the occasional drink may make me look a bit older. But trust me, I'm 42.
Very understandably so. Interesting.
Anything else
Well,
you want to know?
No, I was just pretty glad that you've joined us because you've brought the group average age down by about 2 decades. And he's going to
Happy
look
to be
over
of
at
service.
Grubs and Orphan.
More than 2 decades there.
More than 2 decades, yeah.
Nod.
Oh, no.
I did think you were older, but I don't think that's a insult. Not for us.
Thank you. I guess it is the life on the road starting to show a little bit.
What, the suit of armour without scars and dents?
Exactly.
Oh,
Here's a question. Bryn, Farah, you're both, and he's going to gesture to like his ears and like make pointed sort of figures with his hands. How old do you tend to live for, if you don't mind me asking?
well,
I'll kind of have time like raise an eyebrow, Bryn.
that depends, I suppose, on how careful you are. But as far as I'm aware, hundreds of years. Perhaps, I don't know, what's the oldest elf I know? Or knew? 500, 600 maybe? I'm not sure. Is that correct?
That's why I
yes.
drink.
You elves can live to be around 750 years old. You would have definitely known a number who were 500 and above.
Yeah, okay, and she'll say, they can push further than that, of course, but, you know. 600's
dwarves-
pushing on.
Dwarves live for a very long time too, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Grubs.
Grubbs will sort of stop trying to adjust his illusory wig and come over.
Oh, a nice toupee. How, if you don't mind me asking, old are you, Grubs, in our years?
Let me see. It would be about 320.
Again, if you don't mind me asking, what's the drop-off rate for your kind?
Well, I'm certainly on the older side. I couldn't attest as to why, but here I am, still going. Perhaps it's the tea.
Perhaps it is the tea.
That said, I didn't really drink it in my youth, so maybe not.
Were you a party animal in your youth?
Oh, I was the wild one of my village.
Really? Do you have any stories?
Oh, plenty. Most of them boring, though.
Well, you have to tell us some sometime. However, I have just made the sad realization that out of everyone here, I think I'll be the first to die.
I'm sure that's not the case.
Well, I think I've got about, 30, 40 years left?
Yeah, I've
I hope
probably
you
got
all
about
remember
5.
me. What?
I've probably got about 5.
Oh.
As I say, I'm very old for a turtle.
Oh.
Bryn's gonna look at Grubs and just kind of say, and she looks quite, like, her mood has shifted, and she'll just say, what's it like to outlive many people you know? I know that seems strange to say, but for me, I've not quite adjusted to that prospect yet.
Well, of course, most of the people I knew well are turtles, so it's not as noticeable, but it does come a time where it feels whole generations have come and gone and you barely saw them arrive.
She'll glance at Grimsby, and then she'll glance at Eurus and sort of nod and go, Yes, it's one of the things. It's a gift and a curse to live so many lifetimes.
It's interesting if you step back from it. The whole town's sprung up in my valley that weren't there when I was a child.
Think there'll be more when we go back.
Yes. We were there before even the dwarves got to that valley.
There are dwarves in Ninyast.
Well, certainly in our valley there are, but you see, our particular valley was home to a lot of jade, so it's possible they were mining that.
Beautiful
Well,
stone.
Yes.
You
should
his hand
keep
will go to a
drinking
little
your
jade pendant around his neck.
Oh, that's pretty. And is that mined from your...
Yes. It's a little piece of home.
Well, I'll have to pick up some jade jewellery when we swing by.
Grubbs will look down at the carving on the little amulet thing for a second and let it hang back down again.
What is the carving?
The carving appears to be of a turtle.
Is that someone special?
Yes. Imi. My wife.
Your wife?
Yes.
Well, as soon as we get this next step done with the Dreamless, and then we go to that woman's forest, or that person's forest, and do all that stuff out there, then we can maybe head to Inyas, which will be nice.
Grubbs just quietly nods.
Home is
There's
complicated.
been nods as well.
Yes, complicated.
I understand. But anyway, we should, she seems quite sad now. She's like, we should get ready to go and enjoy ourselves, shouldn't we?
Yes. Let's go scam some people and get a little bit drunk.
Pardon?
What?
Yeah, probably not drunk on this tea.
Okie dokie. So, you're all heading back to the Manere Bay? Okay, so you make your way back there. It's a little busier than it was earlier. It seems like the activity has picked up. There is a flight of stairs at the far end of the room, and you can see now that people are coming up and down, sort of chatting to one another, some of them holding drinks. But yes. So what I'll do, I think, is I will list off the various tables that there are, because there are quite a few. And then if any of the names sound interesting to you, you can ask me for a little bit more about them. Does that sound like a good idea? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you've played 38 Special. You know the deal with that. The other card games include Beat the Dealer. Where you have to beat the dealer rolling dice. Gambit of Dro, which is a game that runs until all bets are equal. There's another card game called Tainted Flower, which would be like in game that's being dealt 3 cards, discarding 1 and drawing another, and then being dealt 2 more. And trying to get like a straight or a pair or what have you. Then there are dice games. There is Crown and Anchor, where you pick a number, place a bet, the dealer rolls 3d6, and if one die lands in your number, that's good. If 2 dice land, that's even better, so on and so forth. Another dice game called Over and Under, where you place bets as to whether or not the dealer will roll over or under 7. There's Penham's Favour, which I think is like blackjack. There's Threes. Where you have to try and get the lowest score with dice, and the face value, the die are scored at face value apart from 3s, which are worth 0, and you have to try and get the lowest. There's also a couple of roulette tables with a game called Thosbor's Wheel, where you can place a bet on whether or not the wheel will stop at a number between 1 and 20, at a black or white tile, or at a low or high number, and you win different amounts of gold depending on how specific a bet you made, essentially. And that is all of it. So there's quite a few.
I don't know where to start. Who's just
Can
gonna look to Bryn?
Bryn wants to look around and see who are the most like attention-grabbing, affluent-looking people in the area.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
That was a 17.
Okay. So the first one that catches your eye, largely because he was here earlier and he's very attention-grabbing, is the tall, horned, broad man over at one of the roulette tables. He's wearing quite fine robes in bright greens and reds, and has underneath the robe, you can barely even call it a shirt, it's just like strips of satin that are kind of arranged over his torso. The elven man who's with him earlier appears to have gone, however. He's now just rolling away at the table. Looking around a little more, you see, bear with me while I find the right document. Yes. A man at a dice table, a little ways away from the horned gentleman. He looks to have quite elven features and a veritable mane of red hair that's just hanging loose down his back. He's wearing like a pale blue padded armor, it seems to be, that's studded with silver and has silver pauldrons on that are kind of shaped like eagles. You also see a quite well-to-do elven woman sat at the bar. She is currently sipping on some sort of bubbling drink. She's dressed in regal splendor. She's got like blonde hair that's been swept back from her brow and is braided and hangs down quite far on her back. It seems that like most of the people here are relatively affluent, but those are probably the ones that stick out the most on an initial sweep of the room.
Okay. She'll hum to herself slightly, and she'll point them out to particularly Grimsby, since, you know, they had that prior conversation. Like, well, perhaps these people might be interesting to speak to. What do you think?
Yeah, they do look quite interesting. I like their clothes.
Oh yes, that elf over there has some gorgeous armor, I must say.
I assume you have dealings with nobles, or you used to?
Of a sort. Different. When it comes to gambling, I have more dealings with the opposite sort. But
Well, you like to lead the way?
Which one do you want me to go to first?
He's gonna point to the one in the blue thingy.
Okay. I'm just going to pop my document with all the stuff about the various gaming tables so that you can just
Please.
have a look through it if you like.
Ooh.
There's also a drinks list at the top, just so you know. Oh, wait a minute. Let
There's
me.
something in this we shouldn't see.
Yes, there is, but now it's gone.
I'm closing my eyes.
I think otherwise everything in here is spoiler free. It's just rules, and that is it.
Nice.
Yes. Okay. So let me paste what I deleted into a document real quick. And Bryn, you're heading over to the man in the blue. Are you both heading over to him? Sorry, or was it just you, Bryn?
That's up to
follow her.
Grimsby. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okie doke. So, you head over. He is at, as I say, one of the other dice tables. Any of you who are very familiar, so definitely you, Bryn, and probably you as well, Grimsby, would recognize it as Crown and Anchor. He seems to be on a winning streak because as you approach, you see that he is smirking to himself a little and enjoying a glass of drink as he tosses the dice on the table. As he sees you approach, he looks up and gives you a winning smile. And meanwhile, another gentleman sat across from him looks up at you and says, "Don't bother, his luck can't be beaten, it seems." And the elven man just sort of laughs and says, "Well, anything's possible, it's just not your night." And the other man grumbles and walks away.
She'll say to the man, "Oh well, I know nothing of this game actually. What skill is involved? What luck is involved? Could you teach me?"
He looks you over a little bit. "I certainly can. It's quite simple. Here, why don't you sit next to me?"
She'll sit down.
Okay. So he leans in and picks up the dice. And he says, "Well, it's a minimum of a 10 gold buy-in. So if you're not willing to spend a little money, it's probably not your game, but you look like you have some to spend." And he grins a little. It's quite simple. And then he explains that you pick a number and you place a bet. The dealer rolls 3d6. If one die lands on your number, you get your money back. If 2 dice land on your number, you double your money. And if 3 dice land on your number, you triple it. And I will just copy and paste that on its own in the chat so that it's nice and clear.
Oh, yep, sorry. Tim's motioning to me for a pen. There we go. Then she'll kind of give a glance to Grimsby, like, maybe. And she'll go, "Oh, that's very interesting. But I don't know if I'm I don't know if I'm quite that lucky. I'm more lucky for other people than myself, personally, you know. Seems that I give others luck, but it doesn't seem to follow me."
Oh, really? You give others luck?
It's what I've been told.
That's your way of saying that you want me to play, or want me to pay for you?
Why don't you play us? I just like to watch.
Oh, it works for me, especially if you're as lucky as you say, and he jostles you slightly with his shoulder.
Yeah, she'll feel like, well, we shall see. You know how it is. We'll see whose luck I boost. Probably yours.
At that, the elven man looks to you, Grimsby, and says, "Well, what about it? Fancy a game?"
Fine. And Grimsby will put 10 gold in the middle.
Okay. He does likewise. Okay. So, Grimsby, what number are you choosing? You can
turn to
PM me
Bryn.
if you'd rather do that. Oh, that's fine too.
Good turn to Bryn. How many decades old are you?
Few.
He raises an eyebrow. Right, I'll go with 30 then. So 3.
I should mention it will be a number between 1 and 6 because it's the.
Oh yeah, so he'll go for 3.
No problem. Okay. And then the elf looks at you, Bryn, and smiles a little and says, "Why don't you suggest a number?"
Only if we share the winnings. And she'll suggest 7?
Between 1 and 6.
Oh, 1, 6. Sorry.
Okay.
She will suggest 4 then.
4. Okay. At your comment about splitting the winnings, he laughs and just says, "I like your spirit." And then he looks to the dealer and sort of waves his hand in a gesture at him and says, "Roll away, my good fellow." And the dealer does. So I will roll those right now. I rolled a 3 and 2 4s. So Grimsby, you get your money back.
Nice.
Bryn, you and the elf get 20 gold to split between the two of you.
Nice. I'll note that down. Ooh, that was exciting. Did I do well?
It certainly seems you did. You at least made money off the bet.
Again?
Why not?
Sure.
Okay. Barovar, feeling a bit cocky, is going to put down 15 gold this time.
Grimsby will put down another 5 then and frown.
And what number are you going with this time, Grimsby?
The amount of times we've had baths since we all got on this adventure, 2.
All right. The elf raises a brow at that, and he says, "Why don't I choose this time? But how about 6?"
Well,
and then,
you're the clever one in all this.
could you make a charisma check for me? You can make it, I guess, a persuasion one if you like, since you're kind of trying to coddle him a little, just to get a sense of how well you're winning him over.
She's got a 13 for that, if it's persuasion.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, so the dealer rolls and rolled a 6, a 3, and a 1. So Grimsby, unfortunately, you get nothing. Barovar gets his 15 gold back, which he pockets. And he sighs and looks at you, Bryn, and says, Seems we weren't quite so lucky that time. I should have let you choose again.
Oh, what's your name, by the way? I love the armor you're wearing.
Oh, well, thank you. The name is Barovar. Barovar Still. And he looks between the two of you. And your names, if I might ask?
Well,
Grimsby.
my friends call me Bryn.
Grimsby and Bryn. Very nice to meet you both. He says you both, but he's definitely just looking at Bryn when he says that. And he looks at both of you for a moment and he says, I noticed something. Neither of you have a drink in hand, and that simply won't do. Might I buy you something?
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'll take a gin, please.
All right. Grimsby, what about you?
Fire wine, please.
All right, I'll be right back in that case. Oh, and he looks to you, Bryn. A good berry gin?
Yes.
Good choice. And he gets up from his seat and he heads over to the bar, where he seems to be placing an order.
Bryn will look at Grimsby.
What are you
So,
doing
have
with
we-
him?
Well, it's good to get to know some of the more affluent people. And also, I have 10 gold so far and I haven't spent anything. What about you? Have you lost money? Have you, how much money are
I've
we?
lost 15.
Well then, we'll have to try again, because we should at least try to break even.
Yes. And also, keep a track of where he keeps his money for me,
I will.
just in case.
Don't you worry. I wonder who this man is in the social circles.
I don't trust anyone as friendly as he is. He's a
Well,
bit of a weirdo.
maybe, but he's rich.
Is it? Around and see if Orphan and Grubs and Farron are about.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are the rest of you guys doing?
I don't know. I don't really know what Farron's doing. She's probably just kind of walking around, watching like games, but not really taking anything in.
Okay. You walk around and most of the tables at this point are quite busy. There are people around them sort of elbowing each other and laughing, or some looking a little less pleased, frowning to themselves and muttering and whispering into their clenched hands before they roll a dice. It seems that, again, this has attracted the more affluent people of the city. Quite a varied group. You see a lot of Ashaporians here. You see a lot of, well, not a lot, but comparatively compared to the sorts of places you're used to being, quite a lot of like more quote-unquote exotic folk. You see a dragonborn by the bar, which aren't really a very common sight in Nuwen at all. So yeah, you're just people watching, really?
Yep.
Okay, well, let me know if you want to get up to anything.
Sure. I don't know. I feel like she would wander around for a little bit, but then maybe try and find like the group again, even if they are kind of broken up. If she, I don't know, maybe she finds like Bryn and things again, and just kind of goes and stands next to there and watches the game.
Sure. Okie dokie. Orphan and Grubs, what are you guys up to?
Grubs would probably go and see if they serve any tea.
Okay. Orphan?
I think this time Orphan will hang around with Grubs and try and see that he doesn't get into too much trouble.
Okie doke. All right. So, you, Grubs, you head over to the bar. Orphan, you follow behind. It's quite busy. But finally, one of the bartenders is free, and they lean over towards you to catch your order, saying, "What'll it be?"
Hello, do you have any tea, please?
Tea?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sure we've got some kicking around.
I will have a tea then, please. Orphan, can I get you anything?
He'll give Grubs, I don't know, like a golden, say, just the most expensive ale they have.
And one of your most expensive ale, please.
All right, I'll. In fact, I think I have just a thing in mind. Bear with me 1 second. And he crawls away from the bar, puts some boiling water into a little teapot, and goes to pour out some ale for Orphan as well. He comes back and gives you both your respective drinks, and says, "That will be 2 gold for everything."
Here you go. And Grubs will give over 2 gold.
Thank you very much. Enjoy. Let me know if you want anything else. And with that, he twirls away and sees to the next person in line.
Thank you. So, important question.
Mm-hmm.
How does it rank?
The tea is actually kind of underwhelming for a place like this.
It's disappointing.
Yeah, it's not bad. It is serviceable. But you get the impression that they don't have many tea drinkers here, so they don't expect to have to cater to them. So they've just got kind of like, a bag of slightly upscale Tetleys in a corner somewhere. But other than that, they don't really have much.
So 3 star, 5 out of 5? Yeah, I can't speak.
Yeah, like a 2, a 2.5.
Okay. That's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, it's not the best. Orphan, you on the other hand find that the ale is very, very good. You think it might even be dwarvish in origin.
Finally.
Finally. Orphan can go home now. He's
completed his quest.
All right, so are you two just staying at the bar and sipping your drinks?
If it's quite busy around the bar, Grubs will probably find a quieter spot to drink his tea.
Okay. Yeah, the two of you could probably find like a booth or something that was a little bit away from the hustle and bustle of things.
That sounds good.
All right. You both head over and find a nice isolated little booth, and Grubs, you manage to squeeze your shell in there and take a little seat. The chairs are very nice in here. They're lined with plush, velvety material.
Where's Eurus for all this?
Eurus has sort of been people watching, much like Farron, but now he is at the bar himself ordering a drink.
Okay.
You see after a while he sort of turns around and he's holding a tiny little glass with like a green liquid inside that he is sipping from.
Grubs will sort of give a little wave to see if you'd want to come sit with us.
Okay. Eurus, make an insight check. Or in fact, what's your passive insight?
Passive insight it's 10 plus insight, isn't it?
Yes.
So 13.
13. Okay. So he catches your eye and you wave, and he doesn't give any visible reaction, which you find odd because you're pretty sure he saw you. But then after a moment, you see him look towards your table, and then he comes over and takes a seat next to you, Grubs.
While he's heading over and not here yet, Grubs will lean over to Orphan and say, "Now it's time to find out what's really going on."
Good idea.
Okay. Eurus has reached the table. He takes a seat again next to you, Grubs, and just says, "Well, hello, boys. How are you enjoying your trip to the casino?"
It's very interesting. Now, Grubbs is going to try and roll a sleight of hand to move his staff into a position that sort of blocks Eurus from getting out.
Okay. Do it.
I actually got a good roll. Unfortunately, he's got negative sleight of hand, so that's a 16.
Okay. Is Grubs trying to do this in a subtle manner? Or
Yeah,
is
as
he
subtly as possible.
Okay, that's fine. Yes. Okay. You successfully managed to at least partially block Eurus's path, and he sort of like glances at the staff, but doesn't seem to read too much into it.
Could Arthur just kind of put his hand up against like do the Picard face palm?
Yes.
And then Grubbs will cast a Zone of Truth.
Okay. All right. All right.
Right, Eurus, what's going on?
I'm sorry.
You know what I'm talking about. What's going on?
I'm not sure that I do know what you're talking about, actually, Grubs.
You've been acting suspicious these last few days.
Right. I have. He looks to Orthan. Have I?
Well, we know more than usual.
All right, that's fair.
So is there anything that you want to tell us?
No, I'm not sure what it is you're getting at, Grubs.
We're worried that you are trying to settle down and buy a house here with Bryn and distract everyone from our goals.
Pardon? Well, I'm not quite sure what gave you that impression. I mean, I don't really intend to settle down anytime soon with anyone, and not right here, right now.
Does Arthur know that Grubbs has cast that spell?
There's a verbal component to it, and I think all creatures in the area do know.
Yes, an affected creature is aware of the spell. Yes, I don't have any real intents to use Bryn to undermine the mission. What? What all has made you think this?
You seem to have been acting conspiratorially with Bryn, and we weren't sure what was happening.
Oh.
Grubbs will sort of put his hand in a fist and sort of gently hit the table with it, and then worried about damaging the table, quickly grab the table and make sure he didn't leave a dent in it or anything.
Perhaps there's some way that you could explain what's been going on that might satisfy these questions. Can Orphan try and say that, but for like trying to communicate that he should just like say something?
Yes.
To make Grubbs happy.
Yeah, I mean, you can make, I don't know, like a
sleight of voice check.
Maybe just a general.
If this was
charisma,
Pathfinder, I would be saying diplomacy.
Well, it's
But
not.
it's
I'm
not.
sorry. I guess either deception because you're trying to not let Grubbs know what you're hinting at to Eurus, or a persuasion because you're trying to get Eurus to do a certain thing.
I'd say more persuasion, because like I don't think like what that sentence makes complete sense to Grubs, I think.
Yes, but it's the
regardless of that anyway.
Yeah.
I rolled a wait, no. Orphan doesn't have plus. I was looking at Chance's sheet.
That'd be a very different conversation.
4.
4. Okay. Eurus just frowns at you, and then looks back to you, Grubs, and says, "Well, I mean, Bryn and I have been getting closer, if that's what you're talking about. I was under the impression everyone knew at this point."
Oh, is that all?
Yes.
Oh, I thought there was more to it. I knew about that. Oh. If this all feels unnecessary now.
I suppose we have our answer. Hey,
Grubs will
Grubs.
dismiss the zone of truth. Yes, sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't up to anything nefarious.
Right. Of course. Well, good chat. He downs the rest of the green liquid in his glass and then puts it on the table and says, "I'm going to get another drink, and then I'm going to have a little walk around. No doubt I'll speak to you later." And he quickly, rather hastily, gets up and heads back over to the bar. And you see him quite soon with another little green drink in hand.
Well, that's that mystery solved then. I thought there was more to it.
Well, I suppose it's a good thing there isn't.
Okie dokie. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, that's fine.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay. Then if it's okay with you guys, we'll head back to the other table.
Where, for some reason, a very distressed-looking Eurus suddenly appears.
All right, Bryn, Grimsby, Baron. You're all sort of clustered around the Crown and Anchor table. Before too long, Baravar comes back, holding it was a fire wine and a good berry gin, wasn't it? So, Bryn, he hands to you the good berry gin. It seems that there's like a couple of junipers in it and like a sprig of thyme. And he says, "For the lady," and passes it to you. And then to you, Grimsby, he gives a quite large goblet of slightly steaming red wine.
Ooh. Grimsby takes it very gratefully with both hands and gives him a little nod of the head.
Enjoy.
I shall.
Seeing you, Farron, he looks up and says, a friend of yours?"
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
This is Farron.
Hi.
Farron. Hello. The name is Baravar. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
You do.
I grow tired of Crown and Anchor for the moment. Would you all perhaps care to join me at one of the booths? We can have a few drinks, get chatting.
And we're going to look at all the other people gambling and the money being exchanged, but then sigh and be like, yes, sure.
Found a kind of pat shoulder, but it's okay. We'll come back.
Baravar sort of catches the look and grins at you and says, "The night is young, don't worry. There's still plenty of time to make some gold and to lose it." And he, with that, will head to a booth and sort of gesture for you all to follow. As he walks past the roulette table, the horned man looks at him and gives him a little nod and says, "Baravar, And in quite a clipped tone, Baravar returns, Ozarael. And he carries on straight past him. And leads you on
Grimsby insight check that.
Yes, you can.
That is less than 5. Whatever it is.
You're like, I guess they know each other. And that's about as much insight as you have on the situation, I'm afraid.
Can Bryn just, say, oh, who's that?
That? Oh, that's Ozarael. He's part of the Council of 10, alongside me, but he's with that, the other lot.
Third lot?
The Aaron side. I represent Arnaud. And he takes a moment and looks at you and says, you must not be from here.
Oh,
No,
yes,
we're recent.
We're just visiting, in fact. I haven't been quite acquainted with the Council of 10, but I have heard.
Oh, well, it's terribly dry, boring political nonsense. But, yes, that was Ozarael. He's, I'm sure he's very popular in Arran. Less so in Arnaud.
So I heard about, what is his name? Seatide.
Oh, Brucken?
Yes,
Yeah.
Brucken Seatide.
Yes. Yes, he, like me, represents Arnaud. He's a damn sight crustier, though.
Oh.
What was it you heard about him?
Just that he's a folk hero.
Oh, a folk hero?
That's what
one way of putting it. No, I shouldn't disparage the man. He owns Menere Bay Fishery and does a damn fine job running it. It's certainly done quite well in the past few years. He's just, well, we might see eye to eye politically, but personally, he's, a bit unpleasant, Old and set in his ways, and one of those stoic types.
I understand. Those of the fishermen, the sailor types, very stuck in their ways, as they say.
Yes, definitely.
So what is it you do?
Well, I do what all the rest of us on the council do. I help rule on matters that the Lord is, too busy or too important to consider. And I advise him on the matters which he decides to take into his own hands.
Are all the Council of 10 advisors to the Lord?
Oh, yes. Of course, the final say on policy or on trading or on whatever have you is up to Lord Huprid, but we speak for the people.
It's very interesting. A very interesting political system. It must be complicated having 2 cities.
Oh, it was. I think in time it's grown easier, but, well, I don't know. I don't have any particular issues with the Ashaporians myself. They certainly bring a lot of money in, at least I can say that much of them. But not all of those from Arnaud are as keen. That's probably the biggest source of contention. Brucken, for example, he's not very keen at all.
That. I mean, I know that people from Ashapora are, of course, different, but I don't understand why there would be such tension.
Oh, I don't know. Put it down to plain old, simple xenophobia, I suppose. I don't know. People like Brucken, they like the city to be one way, and that is the way it was 1,000 years ago. Now, most of us have the good sense to see that that's completely unrealistic, but apparently not folk like him. The Theothus, I don't know if you've had the chance to go there. But,
yes, I think, have we, actually? I think, we did, didn't we?
yes, you have.
Yes, okay, actually, just double checking, yeah. She's like, yes, we have.
Well, that isn't actually the original building. It burned down quite some time back. The building that stands now, its architecture was chiefly handled by an Ashaporian, which was quite a contentious idea at the time. Of course, they don't observe our pantheon in Ashpor. A lot of people thought they had no right to leave the temple in the hands of one of them. But, well, I don't think the gods care very much who's sticking sapphires into walls, so I don't see how it matters.
Quite right indeed. So, if Brock and Seatide runs the fisheries, what do you run?
I'm an investor in this fine establishment. It's a win-win relationship, I suppose you could say. I came into some family money, you see, and I put it into this place, and, well, yes. So I'm an investor. I've also invested in a few smaller enterprises, but the Menair Bell is by far the most successful.
Ah. Very clever. You can never lose, then.
Well, exactly.
Well, then, I wouldn't feel so bad if I turned out to be a not-so-lucky charm for you.
I wouldn't worry. He takes a sip of his own drink that he has.
Bryn sort of looks to Grimsby and Farron like,
Grimsby's just sort of been sipping his wine and watching the conversation. Very, like, with one eyebrow raised at the way Bryn has been acting the entire time. Usually looking to Farron and, like, shrugging a little bit.
Farron kind of reciprocates, like, yeah.
Does Bryn pick up on this?
Make an insight check.
She got a 13.
Either of you guys can roll contesting checks if you like.
Yeah, that's a 24 for Grimsby.
Okay.
Is that just a... Hold on a second. So that's a D20 and...
A deception roll, probably.
Deception.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got 9 for deception. I'll roll the D20. Okay, that's not that exciting. I roll an 11.
So altogether, that's...
So that was all together. So I rolled a 2 plus 9 is 11.
Okay. Bryn, you don't quite catch Grimsby's look, but you see Farron shrugging. Farron, what would you say that Bryn picks up from this little gesture? Like what emotion or what vibe?
I don't know. Maybe, hopefully not offended.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I don't know. Maybe like slight irritation.
Okay.
Bryn will look between them both and take a small sip of her gin.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll kind of just say, well, I might go catch up with just somebody else that's here, just to make sure they're all right, if that's fine with you. I will be back, though. I'll be back to meet you maybe later at the tables, if that's all right. Thank you so much for the drink. Remind me to buy you one later.
Of course. Well, enjoy your evening. I look forward to speaking later.
Yes, you too. And then she'll get up and be like... She'll look at them both, but particularly Farron, because she didn't see what Grimsby did, and she'll be like, And then she'll go... I guess she's going to go see what Eurus and the others are up to, but she's going to keep an eye out for the other guy, Ozerael, because she's like... So yes, she's going to go see if she can see like Grubbs or Orthin or Eurus.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay. I am so sorry to do this again, but I'm just going to be right back quickly again because I had a big cup of tea. And yes.
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh no, actually, same. I need to go as well.
All right. Okay, we will reconvene after another small bathroom break. All right.
I think we might have upset Eurus.
I hope Bryn finds Orthan and Grubs first. They just seem really shifty and a bit like something's up.
Love when Zone of Truth was pulled out.
I've been planning that for 3 sessions. I'm kind of curious to see if it's because it affects a sphere of area. So I'm sort of wondering if the sort of booth behind us was sort of suddenly spilling out truths to each other. And sort of overhear an argument or something.
Bluffing.
No! I refuse to go another step. Stop! Get back! Oh dear! Ugh. My goodness! Oh! Please, leave me alone until I...
Hello, I am back. For anyone who is... Hello.
Hello again.
Hello. Are we waiting on Kat and...
Oh no, I'm back.
Oh, hello. I take it Charles is currently AFK.
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, hello. Oh, are we all here then?
Yes, I believe so.
I believe so.
Lovely. Okay. Then let us continue. So, Bryn, you were looking for Eurus and or Grubs and Orphan. Is that what size of it?
Yeah, she's just checking in on them.
Okay. Well, you can see Eurus still stood up at the bar. He's sipping a little drink and sort of looking out over the casino. Grubs and Orphan, are you still just chatting away in one of the booths?
Yes, I should think so.
Okay.
One thing that I as a player was just wondering, that seeing as Zone of Truth affects a sort of sphere, radius of 15 feet, have any of it booths on either side been affected by suddenly having to tell the truth?
Has it ruined any gamblers gambling? Who all of a sudden have to be honest.
That's a good question. Make a... What's your passive perception again?
13.
13. Okay. You probably overhear something about... You hear like a cry of disappointment, and you look over, and a man is just saying, "I'm off my game tonight. Something just feels off." And then like his friend is saying, "You're not as good a bluffer as you used to be, mate. I don't know what's over you. You need to get off the drink," is what I think. It seems like at least someone has been negatively affected by Zone of Truth in some small way.
Gubs would not put two and two together.
Okie doke. All right. So, yes. So you see Grubs and Orthan sat in a little booth. Eurus up at the bar. Are you going to approach either of them, or?
She'll approach Eurus since he's on his own.
Okay. He gives you a little nod as you approach. Sort of glances down at your gin and then over your shoulder at the at Barovar, over with Grimsby and Farron are still with him, aren't they? Or did they leave?
Left. Oh no, he'll stay. He'll stay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hang out with you guys for a while.
Okay. So he looks over at them, and then back to you, and sort of raises a brow, and asks, "Enjoying your drink?" But he is smiling a little bit.
Do you not approve?
Oh. No, that's not it at all. It's, just... I don't know. I suppose it's admirable in a way. The ease with which you can wrap a man around your little finger.
Oh well. You remember the old days. I had quite a... Oh well, my mother was a good example to follow, wasn't she, in that? But...
No.
Anyway, yes. Are you all right? Not like you to be all by yourself?
Oh yes, I'm quite fine. Had a rather interesting conversation with Grubs and Orthan. I just needed a shot of absinthe or two to recover. And so saying, he holds up like his empty glass and pops it down.
What? May I ask what the conversation was about? She looks like already like she has a feeling, but she's just like, she kind of cringes.
Well, apparently, and he kind of tilts his head to look at you and leans back on the bar. Apparently, I've been acting very suspicious, or at least more suspicious than usual. And Grubs had a couple of questions to ask. He thought I had a grand plan to settle down with a certain someone and distract the mission.
From you of all people.
What was that, sorry?
She said, where did he get that from? With you of all people?
I really don't know. I'm not surprised that he could pick up on you and I having grown closer, but I'm not sure where the house buying idea came from. And I didn't really think to ask.
That is strange, but that's probably my fault for avoiding explaining to him. Orthin accosted me in the back of the cart the other day. He was asking me what was going on between us, and I just had to explain that we were, involved. But I hadn't told Grubs because it just felt strange to speak to someone so sweet and innocent about your, well, you know. So I didn't. And I'm sorry, I should have then, it seems, because he got some strange ideas.
Oh, it's fine. It was ultimately harmless. It just, well, I think he used some sort of spell.
Spell?
Yes.
So what else did you say?
Oh, no, nothing really. I just said, that we were closer and I didn't really understand what he was getting at, and etc., etc. But, yes.
And that's all?
Yes.
Okay. Good. I don't want all my dirty laundry being aired within the space of a few days, but alas.
No.
Actually, I was going to ask you whilst we're here. So I'm sort of trying to find my way around doing this job for Telberry, but is there anything in particular I should be probing, if that makes sense?
I suppose Telberry's main interests lie in the unusual and the general, political landscape of Nuwen. All of these tensions between the Ashapor and the Menare Bay natives. I think you'd find that all quite interesting. Not to say he's a meddler, but, it's useful information to have.
Then, because that's what I'm keeping note of, since I think that's where my skills lie.
At that, Eurus looks over your shoulder at Barovar. Is he something to do with that, then?
Well, he is one of the Council of 10.
Oh.
And then there's, and I'm getting quite the foothold of the fact that, yes, Ashapor, well, it seems that Arnol and Aaron have a little tension between them. There seems to be a push and pull of sorts, especially between the council. The one in the horns over there, that big guy, he's called Osrael, and I don't think that I'm not sure, but I don't know if they care for each other. He's Aaron, and Baravar's Arnol. And also, Baravar happens to own this, invest in this casino. So he's quite good to, play alongside, because he can't really lose, and he's got plenty of money to spare.
That's good thinking. And that's some good detective work as well.
Well, there's a lot more
will be very pleased.
Yes, and he better pay well.
Oh, he does. He's a fair employer.
The others are going to get fed up with me sooner or later with all my questions. But, yes. Anyway, I'm going to just quickly check on Grubbs and Orthan. Not have any choice words, of course. I'll act oblivious to all of this. And, yes. Just be careful, I suppose, if Grubbs is suspicious of you. I think it's not good to have one of the... It's not like if Grimsby's suspicious of you, because he's suspicious of everyone. But Grubbs, maybe you are being a bit too something or other.
Me? I am blameless. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Sure. Sure thing. And then she'll finish her gin and leave it on the, the bar, and just go to the guys, but I'm happy to, I don't want to take up more RP time, so...
That's okay. What we'll do is we will, well, we've not heard from Grimsby and Farron in a while, so we'll bounce back to them quickly, and then we'll bounce back to you guys with this conversation, if that sounds good. So, Grimsby and Farron, you are currently with Baravar. What's all happening?
Probably just small chat.
Yeah.
So, Baravar, yes?
Baravar. Yes.
Baravar, right. And you're on the Council of the 10.
That's right. Yes. For Arnall, that is.
Or no?
Mhm.
And do the two cities have a maximum of 10, or is there 10 each?
Oh, yes, 10 altogether. 5 from Arnall, 5 from Arran. It seemed the fairest way to do things.
Makes sense. Well, anything interesting happening in the city of late? Anything we should know about being newcomers?
Oh, let me think. Not a great deal. You unfortunately just missed the Harvest Festival. That wasn't too long ago.
Oh, I know.
But that wasn't very exciting. Did you hear about Wyvernview? There was some sort of terrorist attack, I think. Now that would have
my
made for an
God, yeah.
exciting Harvest Festival.
I
But,
know. We actually we arrived there the day after it happened.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
tell
it
me
was
more.
horrible.
It must have been. He looks morbidly less interested and more excited, and he leans in a little bit.
Well, I tell you this: whoever did it must have been a mastermind of subterfuge and a genius of explosive technology.
Well, yes, I suppose so. I mean, a city like that. Dear me. Well, how very exciting, how very thrilling. Oh dear. No, it's all the same here, day in, day out. You know, people bicker, people whine. Oh, I don't know.
And please some people.
No, or anybody, as it sometimes
Or
feels.
anybody.
But, well, my days, if not exciting, are at least busy with appointments and council meetings and what have you.
Sounds exciting.
Yes,
No.
is that with all the council?
Yes. Yes, it is. Which, don't get me wrong, I have definitely some friends in the council. I would even say some close friends, but, you know, a few can be... Oh, you know how it is.
Do tell us. Who should we keep an eye out for? We won't tell.
Well, I don't think public opinion about Brucken is a mystery. Well, I say that, but the public can't seem to decide what they think about Brucken. At least not the city collectively. But, Azrael, he's someone I don't quite seem to be able to get a handle of, I suppose. He's doesn't take things as seriously as I think a member of the council should. And coming from me, that means something, because I don't take very many things seriously either.
No, you don't seem like the type.
Well, you know. Life is short.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask, by the way.
Hmm.
The two cities, you have quite a lot going on here. They're very, very extravagant. I haven't met any of your fine academics that I've heard you boast of. I was wondering if you had anyone that was in public eye.
Oh, yes, we certainly do. It sounds like you haven't yet made a visit to the old library, then. It's, the big blue building. You can't miss it. That's where you'll find most of our academics.
Mages as well?
Oh, yes, certainly. And then, of course, there are the court mages, though I think they're a little more pomp and circumstance than they are magic, if you ask me. Not that I'm an expert by any means.
Court mages are usually too beholden by the whim of their masters to do anything that exciting, really.
Exactly. It's all prestidigitation this and minor illusion that. And,
Cleaning the king's robes.
Yes, exactly. But yes, the old library, I certainly recommend that you take a look over there.
I shall do indeed. Thank you.
Quite all right. Was there anything more you wanted to ask him, or?
Not that I can think
Grimsby
of.
in particular.
Yeah,
Oh,
me
sorry.
neither.
Okay. In that case, after like a couple minutes of small talk, Baravar sees someone from across the other side of the room, over by the stairs, and his face lights up in recognition, and he says, "Well, I have enjoyed your company immensely, but I'm afraid I must simply go and greet a friend of mine. So I will no doubt see you later. Enjoy your stay in Minair Bay for as long as you're here." And he gets to his feet with that and downs the rest of his drink, slams down the glass, and then strides over to meet his friend. You can hear him shouting out their name as he crosses over to them.
Charismatic fellow. Maybe we should go and meet up with the others.
That sounds like a good idea.
We should let them know about the library as well.
Yes, I would be interested in heading to that library if people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Are you finding yourself all right in the group, Farron?
Yeah. I'm loving your guys' company. I never thought I would fit in.
Ah,
If you guys
oh
are
well.
still happy to have me, I'm happy to tag
yes,
along.
of course. And I'm sure you'll be very handy on the road as well, so don't worry.
Thank you. I hope I still don't come across some cold, weird criminal.
Oh, no, that's half the party, though. So don't worry about it. Right, let's go see what they're up to.
Sure.
Grims is going to down the last of his wine and head on over to the other table with Farron.
Sure. Okie dokie. While Grimsby and Farron were chatting with Baravar, Bryn, Grubbs, and Orthan, were you guys having any conversations in particular?
When Bryn came over, she'd just be like, "Oh, hello, boys. What have you been up to?"
Hello, Mary.
Hey, Bryn.
No, wait, no. Wait, no, that's not right.
Bryn drops her jaw and says, "Do I look like Mari to you?"
No, of course not. Of course not. Sorry, I'm just it's just so warm in here. My old brain, it's sweating out all its juices.
No, perhaps. No, my reaction was a little volatile. I'm still a little peeved at Mari for her. Well, what would you call it? Abandonment? I don't know. Silly it was. Anyway, I will just. Again, what have you been up to? Just sitting here, not gambling, not trying to charm any of the locals?
We got some tea and ale.
Yes.
Nothing else?
No.
Can I choose to fail a deception check?
Yes. Yes, you can.
I make a deception check and fail it.
Grubbs will do the same.
Bryn will just smile, but it's not a real smile, and she'll be like, right. Well, maybe we should go around and have some fun, poke our noses in people's business, see what's going on.
Oh, if you
yes, we are quite good at that.
If you want to, I suppose we could.
Ah, well. It is quite nice here. She sort of softens because she can see that they're uncomfortable. And she just kind of smiles, a genuine smile this time. Well, anyway, and then she'll just sit down for a little bit. I think I've learned a little bit about the place, and I've earned 10 gold for doing absolutely nothing but claiming one number. So going quite well for me.
Sounds like a good business strategy.
What about you? Have you gambled at all?
I think I helped some people earlier on the funny boxes with lights in them, but not really.
Bryn doesn't quite understand what he means. And she's just going to kind of try and think about it for a minute, and then go, okay, right, yes. You, Orthan?
Yes, all right.
Sorry, was I interrupting a conversation you were having when I just came over like this?
Oh no, not really. Nothing important.
Just the jabberings of two old men.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry if I did interrupt anything. Then she'll
Your
just
company
sort
is
of...
always welcome.
Oh, she'll be like, oh, thank you, Grubs. And then she'll just sort of sit there and wish... She'll put her hand out as if she had a glass. She wishes she had a glass in front of her so she could drink. But she doesn't. And she's not...
I could get you a drink if you want, Bryn.
No, I don't want to drink too much. Need to keep a relatively clear head. It's good for games where you actually require skill more than just luck.
I see. Yes, probably wise.
Good luck finding one of those in a place like this.
It's got to be a game with skill.
Oh, there are certainly games that look like they use skill. Oh, but
I don't have the flashy light one at all. Despite trying to help people win it just loads of flashy things, and you pull a lever and things spin. And then sometimes the machines print more money. I think they're money-making machines.
Oh, those. Oh, you should steer clear of those. There's no fun to that kind of gambling. It's just sitting and staring at a thing hoping it'll give you money. And it seldom does. Better to go to one of the tables and actually talk to people, you know?
Interesting. Perhaps we should all try it then. Should we find a table?
The others come over, maybe? Well, there's some people I would like to maybe speak to at some point, but it can wait.
Okay. So, you guys are chatting, and eventually Grimsby and Farron both make their way over from the other side of the room, and you are all together. After a moment, even Eurus, apparently, seeing you all together, decides to join the group. So, are you all looking for a table, or are you going to chat some more, or...
I was very much in the mood to gamble, but after a few losses, I think I'm just going to call it quits.
Oh, actually, Grimsby, I was going to say, if you would like, I'll give you the 10 gold. The idea was that we kept betting, and if I was with him and taking half of what he won, then I could reimburse you for anything that you lost, but we didn't get much out of him, I'm afraid, so... Would you like it?
I love the way your mind works. No, keep it, don't worry about it.
Well, you've got the capability to disguise yourself. You could always, later on. It doesn't have to be me there, does it? Just someone who looks like me.
That's a good idea. I'll definitely store that for a rainy day.
Don't use it against me, though.
I wouldn't.
Don't embarrass me.
I can't promise that.
Oh, the fun we could have with that idea.
What does everyone else want to do with the evening? Oh, I do have a small suggestion for tomorrow. I
Oh,
was wondering if we wanted to perhaps go on a library trip.
Well, we did say we'd help Juniper, but if we have time, perhaps.
Oh, God, yes, the little boy, yes.
So we need to find out who his father is.
Oh, that's actually a good point. We could probably find that out here, to be honest.
Well-
Your friend is a little bit indisposed, Bryn.
Oh, that's fine. The other man I think might be more helpful because I just get the sense that I don't know. No, I won't say anymore. I'm probably make myself sound like an idiot. But we could talk to the other council member that we know of. I mean, the boy clearly has family in high places. So, what do you think?
That's a good shout.
Yes, good idea.
Why
We
don't one of
want
you
to get
do
him in
it?
trouble. We don't want to get him in trouble for escaping the palace without his parents' permission.
Oh, we shouldn't mention that at all. But we could try and find a way around it. Just talking about the gossip we've heard at the market or something. I don't know.
That might be
I mean,
a
people
way
are always
around
happy to gossip.
But perhaps
How about then we maybe go back to a table and over a friendly game try and figure out who the father of this Juniper and Leander.
yes. I think that might be wise.
I've forgotten the boy's name.
yeah, Leander.
Leander. Right. Okay, so Grimsby will go look for a table where people are playing.
Are you wanting to head to the same table as the other council member? Is it him you're wanting to speak to in particular, or?
Yeah, he'll
Okay.
aim for that.
Sure. Okay, doke. So he is at a roulette table, playing Thosbor's wheel. It seems like he's not moved from there basically all day. And he currently has another full goblet of that red, faintly steaming wine. And he's taking large gulps in between laughing and bantering with his friends. And as you all head over, he sort of gives you a little nod. You can see that they're in the middle of a game right now. But yes, so you all are gathered at the roulette table. A few people, as the game draws to a close, they start to leave and decide to try their luck someplace else.
Grimsby won't interrupt the game. He'll just watch until it's done, and then just sort of engage in whatever reaction everyone else has to whoever wins.
Okay.
like a oh or a He's imitating them.
Well, the game draws to a close, and it seems that Ozrael himself wins. And there's like a few people clustered around him, a couple of ladies and a couple of gents, and they all sort of like laugh and do little, like the golf clap. And all the other people around the table are just sort of shake their heads in good-natured disbelief, apart from the losers, who all seem they're smiling, but it's not enough to hide their bitterness. But generally, it seems that everyone is, cheering for Ozrael. He seems a popular figure.
Grimsby's going to sit down at the table.
Right.
Well done. You seem to have quite a interesting style of playing. Would you be up for a game?
Oh, yeah, certainly. I've got to warn you, I am on something of a lucky streak, I think.
Well, I'm more just here for the conversation. The game would be fun too, though.
Okie dokie. I will just quickly explain Tosbor's wheel. Again, I will copy and paste it into the chat as well.
Thank you.
That is okay. So it's a minimum 10 gold buy-in. There we are there. So this roulette wheel is basically like a large ship's wheel that has 20 spokes, and it's sat horizontally on a table. Each of the spokes are numbered 1 to 20 and coloured black or white. The table around the wheel provides places for 6 gamblers to sit altogether. You can place a bet on a number between 1 and 20. You can place a bet on black, which will stand for odd numbers, or white, which stands for even numbers. Or you can place a bet on the number being low, which is to say 1 to 10, or high, 11 to 20. A dealer accepts wagers from the 6 gamblers and appoints one of them to be the captain who spins the wheel. On that, you roll a d20. The captain position generally rotates through each of the 6 gamblers. The wheel is spun, and whichever spoke that the spin settles on is the winning number and colour. If you placed a bet on a specific number and it was correct, you win 20 times your bet. If you chose the correct colour, you get your money back plus an equal amount. If you chose high or low, you get their money back. You get your money back plus an equal amount. So yes, those are the rules.
What does the wheel look like? Is it actually like a big, folk sort of wheel?
It looks like it is genuinely just like a really large ship's wheel, like the steering wheel of a ship.
Okay.
And it looks, you can't entirely tell just from an initial glance if it's stylistically like this or if it's genuine, but it seems like well used, like it's weather beaten and stuff like that. Which sits a little bit at odds with the rest of the casino, which is very polished and, fancy.
Does it look like, and this is just a question,
Okay.
does it look like a mage hand could stop it without being seen?
It probably could, yeah. A mage hand could definitely stop it. Whether or not it was seen would depend on how perceptive the other players are, I suppose.
Okay. Grimsby will play a game.
Okay. Nice. All right. Who else is playing? If anyone else
I'll
is.
play one too.
Okay.
Bryn will nudge Grimsby and say, "Want me to be your lucky charm?"
Yes, please. As always.
Of course.
Okay. So, Bryn, are you playing or are you just sitting with Grimsby for this one?
She's going to sit with Grimsby for this one.
Cool. Okay. What about Orphan or Grubs? Are either of you interested in playing a game?
Orphan will watch for now.
I think Gubs
Okay.
will watch as well.
Okay. Eurus is going to jump in. Ozrael is playing as well. And then there's a couple noble men who are too.
I am nervous.
It's all right. It's fake money. It's fine. Okie dokie. I'll just say, I don't know how many rounds of this you guys will play, but as it says, the captain position rotates through each of the 6 gamblers. I will just do it in the order I've just happened to write everyone's names down, which is Grimsby, Eurus, Farron, Ozrael, and then the 2 noblemen. So that's the order that we'll do it in. Okay. So. All right. So, first things first. If everyone can make their bet. So again, you can either bet on a number between 1 and 20, which you think the spoke will stop at. You can bet on odd numbers or even numbers, or you can bet that the number will land between 1 and 10 or 11 to 20. Does that make
Please, gonna
sense to
bet.
everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grimsby's going to bet 10 on black.
Okie dokie. 10 gold on black. Eurus is going to bet 10 gold on it being a high number. Farron?
I'm going to bet, because she's new to this, I'm going to bet 5 gold on a white number.
A white number? Okay. You go to put down the 5 gold, and then the dealer clears his throat a little and says, I'm afraid it's a minimum 10 gold buy-in, ma'am.
Oh, damn it, so it is. Okay, yeah. 10 on the white.
Okie dokie. 10 gold.
Sorry, my head was at my backside.
Don't worry about it. Azrael is going to put down 20 gold on it being a low number. And then the other two gents are just going to put the minimum, one on black and one on white. There we go. Okie doke. And with that done, the dealer turns to you, Grimsby, and says, "Spin away, Captain."
Right. And it's going to spin the wheel.
Okie dokie.
Lands on a 2, so evens.
Okie doke. So evens. So Baron, you get 20 gold. So you get your 10 gold back and then another 10 gold.
Plus 10.
Azrael gets 40 gold back. And the other guy gets 10 gold. Okay. Unfortunately, Grimsby, you do not make any money.
Well.
So through all this, are you guys like conversing with Azrael?
Grimsby will be at least.
Okay. What are you saying?
He's saying, so I heard you're one of the council.
Yeah, that's right. One of the 10 council.
How's that going for you at the moment?
Oh, it
seems like a nice place.
Well, it's not so bad. I'm from Ashapur, so not everyone is quite as receptive as I'd like them to be, but I'm hoping that will change in time.
Are people not often a fan of Ashapurian members of council? Sorry if that's too forward a question.
Oh, no, that's all right. No, or just Ashapurians in general, really, but, you know, I guess they think that an Ashapurian can't speak for the people of Minear Bay, which they're entitled to think that way, I suppose.
Are there many other Ashapurian members on the council?
Oh, a couple. On the Aaron side, anyway. There's Saluma. She's a good friend of mine, actually. And Amphir, of course. He looks around and he spots the Dragonborn that was over by the bar and who still is by the bar. And he points into his direction. Yes, and Ilifir as well. Another good friend of mine.
Ilifir. The name rings a bell. Who's that?
Oh, he's the chairman of the Artists Guild, actually. Which, I mean, he wouldn't know which way around to use a paintbrush, but he knows what sells well on the market. So he's doing quite well for himself.
That's how you get by in that industry.
Well, exactly. He's a funny chap, a smart chap. I like him.
Good. We just arrived, all of us, not too long ago into the city, and we were speaking to some people in the marketplace about the government here, because we don't really know heads from tails about anything.
Well, it's a confusing system, even if you do know.
Hey, well, it seems to be working for you guys.
Mostly.
But we ended up speaking to someone who knew an Ashaporian nobleman, but I've forgotten his name, so I was just trying to see if I could remember who he was. But we don't really know that much about him, which is the issue.
Right. What do you know? Hopefully I can point you in the right direction.
2 kids, I think.
Oh. Lord Hupert?
Possibly. The name rings a little bit of a bell.
Well, he's the only Ashporian I can think of that's at the Opal Palace that has any children. Or at least any young children.
And did he have brown hair?
Dark, yes. Dark brown, black.
That's what they said. That's it, yes.
Yes, Lord Jamin Hupert. He's he's a lord, it's in the name.
Oh.
It'd serve you well to not forget his name in the future. And he sort of gives you a little grin at that.
Grimsby nods and smiles and laughs a little. He's like, yes, that sounds about right. Is he one of the he sort of stretches his neck a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The collared, the stiff upper necks.
Oh well, he's not done too bad. I mean, we all elected him, so I'd like to think we chose well. But again, he's from Ashapor, so he's not very popular with the people who don't know better, shall we say. But I mean, it's always good to stay on the good side of the Lord of Menere Bay, I should think.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, right. Wow. Well,
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a very good idea then. Stay on his good side. Shall we carry on with the game?
Yes, let's have another round. Why not?
Okay. Grims was going to look back at any of the others that are around and give them a little thumbs up.
Grubbs will give an enthusiastic thumbs up back.
Okie doke. So, you're all going in for another round. Is anyone else joining in? Or are you guys still just going to watch at the sidelines for the moment?
Grubbs might join in for a round if there's space at the table.
Yeah, okie dokie. One of the noblemen is going to get up and leave and make room for you. And he just sort of says to you, "Hope you got better luck than me," and
thank you.
heads off. Okay. So,
I would love to join for another game, but I have to very quickly nip the little boys' room, so I'll be right back. And Grims is going to go away for this one.
No problem.
Oh, Grimsby. Hello, Grimsby.
Hello. Yes.
Oh, I may I sit in for you?
By all means.
What number should I choose, do you think? Because I'm so new to this game. And she'll give a smile to everyone at the table, like, oh, I'm an idiot.
Let's go for 7. I think 7's a very good number.
7. And should I do a big bet with? I only have this 10 gold. Do you think it's worth the chance? Or maybe I should bet safe. What do you think? I just have no idea.
Bet safe.
I'll 10 gold on just low then.
Eurus pipes up at that and says, "Well, you've got a 50-50 chance then. Seems like good odds."
Yes, I'll bet safely this time. I hope I'm lucky.
Okie dokie. So, pardon? Sorry, go on.
Oh, I will put 10 gold on it being a 4.
10 gold on a 4. Bryn, you're putting 10 gold on it being low, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Eurus is going to put 10 gold on high again. Baron, what bet would you like to place?
I'll put 10 gold on black this time.
10 gold on black. Osrael is going to put 25 gold also on black. And the remaining nobleman is going to put 10 gold on white. Okay.
Grimsby is sitting down at a nearby booth by himself.
Okay.
And he's going to send the spider underneath the table.
Okay.
And he's going to have the spider ready a mage hand to stop the wheel on aiming for 4 or 3.
Okay. All right. Can you go ahead and make a stealth check for the spider?
Let me just get the spider.
You can do it with advantage since it's so small and since the place is so busy.
Thank you.
That's okay.
That is nat 20.
Nat 20. Very nice. Okay. You send the spider scuttling along the floor, and it goes and sits underneath the roulette table waiting. It's Eurus up to spin the wheel, so with all his might, he heaves it, and it's sent twirling around, and it lands on a 16. Oh well, there's the mage hand. So, I guess make a sleight of hand check to see if it's if it comes to a gradual stop and so seems natural, or if it's a bit jerky, you know what I mean, and someone might suspect that it got jammed somehow.
7.
7? Okay. So the table is spinning around, and then quite awkwardly and with a clunk comes to a stop. And Osrael sort of huffs to himself and says, "Oh, that's funny," and he kind of gives the wheel a little test shuggle. It just
The hand away, by the way. The hand's going away, just
sure
for now.
seemed like it might have got stuck on something. And he gives it a spin just to make sure that it's all working properly. And when it spins as it should, he nods to himself and says, "Oh, maybe it's your technique." And Eurus gives him a very thin-lipped smile and turns it again. Are you trying again with the mage hand, or are you letting the wheel spin?
Yeah, he's trying again.
Okay, go ahead and make another sleight of hand check.
Trying to get it to stop on 3, or at least low.
Okay. 10. Okay. So Eurus spins the wheel again. And once more it stops, and sure enough, it does stop round about the 2, 3, 4 mark. But again, it's just a little bit jerky. And Osrael frowns. And he is going to make a perception check to see if he can see anything amiss.
Bryn at this moment, just go, "Oh, I've won!"
Yes.
Oh, and she'll be like, "Oh, this is so exciting! Oh, I guess I am lucky." And she'll just kind of make a bit of a fanfare.
Okay. Make a... I don't know, what check would you like to make for this? I would say charisma-based check, but you can decide which. If you give me a good reason for it.
I think I'll do a deception, because she knows what she's got. She knows Grimsby's up to this. So she's trying to distract and sound really excited. We'll see how she goes.
Sure, go ahead and make a deception check.
She got a 6.
A 6. Okay. So you kind of wave your arms and shout excitedly. Osrael, however, seems too fixed on trying to find the source of this meddlesome blockage. And so he scours about the table. But he rolled a 2 for perception, so he doesn't spot the mage hand. So he sits back down, muttering to himself, and kind of slams his fist down on the table. Not in anger, but more in just, he doesn't know how to fix it, but maybe hitting it will help. And then he goes, well, I suppose you did win.
What's the actual number it landed on?
It landed on a 3. So, Bryn, you get 20 gold. Eurus gets nothing. Farron, let me remind myself. Yep, Farron, you get 20 gold. Ozrael gets 50 gold. Grubs, unfortunately, you get nothing.
Ah.
And neither does the remaining nobleman. Ozrael is sort of examining the wheel again and giving it a few spins. And he goes, this thing is really acting up. Is it just me? It's not been doing this all night.
I couldn't say. I'm new to this, Am I doing it right?
Well, you're not the one spinning it. And he sort of looks at Eurus. And Eurus looks back at him and says, oh, don't say it was my technique again. At which Ozrael goes, it's the working theory that I currently have.
Oh, now, gentlemen, there's no need for disagreement. Fortune is fortune, is it not? You can't always predict luck or explain luck. In fact, luck in itself cannot be explained, can it? That's its nature.
Well said, Ozrael says. Very well said. And he is, all of a sudden, he's gone from being slightly confrontational to, having this big smile over his face. He looks quite amused, and he takes a big swig of wine and says, well, another round, or...
Grimsby's going to send message over the back of the booth to just whoever in the party looks attentive and aware, and just say, go for the same ones. Go for black and low again.
Okay.
And he's going to go back in his chair.
Okay. I guess, would that have probably gone to you, Bryn? Because you're probably the most, keeping an ear out for...
Sorry, Grubs North.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Grimsby got that Bryn kind of sussed what he was up to, since she was like, oh, what should I bet on,
Mm-hmm.
So if that's fine with everyone and that's what Grimsby's going to do, then yeah, she'll just kind of go, she'll pause for a moment and maybe one more.
One more it is.
I think one is enough for me, thank you. I'm not sure I quite get this game. I just seem to have lost money.
Oh,
are you sure?
I'm quite sure. I'll just watch. I wish you good luck.
Ozrael gives a little dip of his head. Okay. So, Bryn, Eurus, Farron, Orthid, are you wanting to play a game?
Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
Why not? It's only money. Okay. So, Bryn, what are you betting on?
I think. How about How about black? Odds.
Sure. How much are you betting?
She'll just bet 10 gold.
Okay. Eurus is... In fact, Eurus is going to make an insight check. Oh dear, that wasn't very good.
Do you want me to roll, like, a deception check?
Yeah, well, if you were trying to actively deceive him as well, then sure.
Not really, though. She's just saying black. That's, to be honest, the truth. She's just like, yeah, I'm going to bet on black. She's hoping people get it, but she's not trying to... I can still roll one, though.
It's up to you.
Yeah. That was a 6 as well.
Okay. All right. Well, Eurus rolled not very high, but a bit higher than that. So I think he susses at least a little what you're up to. So Eurus is going to also put 10 gold on black. Farron, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm going to put 10 gold on low.
10 gold on low. Osrael looks at you, Bryn, and says, well, the lady here seems to have a good intuition, so... And puts down another 25 gold on black. Orphan, what about you?
Even of whites.
Okay, what are you putting on it? 10 gold?
10.
10. And lastly, the other gent is going to do 10 gold on black. Okay, right. And now, Baron, it is your turn to spin the wheel. The dealer looks to you and gestures for you to go ahead.
Oh. Do I just roll a d20 for that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, she rolled a 4.
A 4.
Mm.
Okay. Grimsby, are you meddling with this wheel spin
Would have
still?
continued meddling, even though he did get his originally in 1v1.
That's fine. Okay.
He would be trying to make it stop on 3.
Okay. Go ahead and make another sleight of hand check for me, please.
Oh my god, 11.
11. Okay.
It's just not rolling.
So, Farron, you spin the wheel, giving it all you've got, and it spins and spins and spins and spins and settles on the 4 and then just goes ever so slightly over into 5. It wasn't quite the result you wanted, Grimsby, but it seems that this time no one has cottoned on to the fact that it's being tampered with. Yeah, I think everyone, apart from Orthan, gets 20 gold, apart from Osrael, who gets 50 gold.
Orthan loses 10.
Orthan loses 10.
Darn. I didn't see that coming.
At that, Osrael kind of gives a hearty laugh and leans back in his chair, which, by the way, is like definitely way too small for him. He's just like a massive, massive man, and the stool looks like it will break any second. But he takes a big swig of his wine and looks at a bunch of you and says, "You know, I like you lot." And he kind of hums to himself and takes another swig of wine and says, "I like your style."
Maybe
the
you're...
spider, Grimsby's going to come back. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, Bryn...
I was saying, listening through the spider, Grimsby's going to make his way back now.
Okay.
Bryn will just say, perhaps your luck has just rubbed off on some of us.
Maybe. Maybe. Well, if that is the case, and he sort of dips his head a little, I'm glad I could oblige.
Game's over already.
Pardon?
The game's over already?
Oh, I'm afraid so. You've, well, unless we want to go for another, or are people all gambled out?
I think I've used up all my luck at making any money at all. I'll leave a space for someone else if they want it.
Wisdom is knowing when to quit, which is why I never do.
Ooh.
Checking. Yeah, Grimsby has 0 wisdom. He's going to play one more game.
Okay.
One final game.
All right, one final game. Who all
Yeah.
is playing?
Bryn says to Grimsby, "You can take my seat. I don't want to try my luck anymore."
Oh, but Bryn, I'm feeling lucky.
Well,
can
that's
share
why-
the luck.
Well, that's why I'm going to stand beside you and wish you well. I promise.
Fine.
Okie dokie. Grimsby, you take your seat back next to Eurus. Oh, no, Farron has left the game for the moment. Orthan, are you playing again, or are you done as well?
No, I think Arthur will depart
Fair
while he
enough.
still made a profit in this place.
That's very fair. Okay. In that case, that leaves that, and then okay. So, it's time for everyone to place their bets. So, what is everyone betting on? Grimsby, start with you.
50 on 7.
50 on 7. Very nice. Ozrael gives you a very approving look at that and sort of gives you like a nod. Eurus, for his part, is going to raise his eyebrows at that, and he is going to put down... no, he's going to put down 50 as well on black. Ozrael, not to be outdone, is going to put 50 on high. And then all the other noblemen place their bets as well. Okay.
Aye, this seems like an expensive round.
Ozrael laughs at that and says that's what makes it interesting. And it is his turn to spin the wheel, so he is going to do so. Okie dokie. And he rolled a 5.
Spider, gonna see if a mage hand can go one last time.
Okay, alright. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
23.
23, okay. So,
Oh no, 22. 22.
Okie dokie. Ozrael spins the wheel as hard as he can, and it spins and it spins and it spins. And then it begins to slowly tick, 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 and Grimsby, you watch as it lands exactly on 7.
He's just gonna do his best to look completely surprised.
Bryn will add to this and just be like, "Oh my goodness, Grimsby, you were right. I can't believe it."
Lucky. I swear, I'm never lucky. I just wanted to test it one last time and look. Oh,
Ozrael laughs out loud, and he leans over to give you a friendly punch in the shoulder, but it's quite a hard punch because he's quite strong. And he just laughs, and he says, "As I said, I like your style." And Grimsby, you get 1,000 gold.
Yeah, baby.
Cheating works. That's the lesson to learn.
Cheating helps.
Oh dear. Okay, that is... I think... yeah.
Hope to see you again soon. Goodbye.
All right.
Who let Grimsby in a casino? I feel this was just generally a bad idea.
I did.
Never Monster.
You
You've
want
done this
to
all
happen.
along.
I'm an enabler. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Now, shall we call it there? Because I am conscious that it's getting into dinner time, and I think I might have to vacate the living room soon as well. Is that all right with everyone?
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah.
Of course.
That was a really fun session.
It was.
Yeah, it was really fun.
That was
Well,
really fun. Thank you, Zara.
You're very welcome. I am glad to hear it. So, as I think I have mentioned, but I don't remember if I mentioned it in the Nuwen scheduling chat specifically, we'll be going back to alternating between Finn's campaign and my campaign. But to have it both alternating, and because I didn't want to have 3 weeks without Nuwen, the way it's ended up is I'm going to be running another session next week. Is that okay with everyone? So we'll have, instead of it being 2 weeks till the next session, it'll be next, probably Saturday, I would think.
Yeah,
That works.
Yeah, that works for me.
fine by me.
Perfect. Okay.
We'll just spend the whole time in the casino anyway.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we can figure out a time a lot closer to Saturday then. But yeah, well, thank you all very much for playing. I hope you all enjoyed.
Definitely did.
Thank you very much for making it.
You
It's
very, very well.
fun.
Good.
I concur.
Oh dear. I was
funny.
just like, I don't know enough about gambling to make, but it was fine. It was fine. Oh dear. But
Yeah, I
yes.
know nothing about like card games either. Like I've wanted to learn to play poker for like the longest time. But I've like no idea how to start, and then I heard card games and this, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna like lose everything.
Thankfully, it all pretty much boils down to rolling dice, so it's not so bad. But
Yeah, I don't understand anything about.
but you got to meet a few of the more colourful characters of Minear Bay.
I think
I'm
we might
excited
have found the
for-
guy.
The
Or Jaman Huprit.
yes.
You guys are
Yeah.
so good at remembering all the names. I'm awful.
Oh, I'm writing all this down.
Oh yeah, I've
Oh,
been referring to my notes from last session for most of the RP that's like city related. I wouldn't remember, but Bryn has to.
Do you know what? I should really start doing that because I'm starting to forget things.
It's
Yes.
a very useful idea for D&D. I would recommend
It's
it.
helpful.
Yeah.
Because I'm literally, when Sarah's talking, I'm just like trying to type.
Oh
I feel like
god.
I'm
Well,
a Jim
starting
Court, how you like, did you know? That's how I feel. Because otherwise I will
from
not
next
remember
week, I'm-
anything.
definitely going to start writing everything down because
To be fair, as long as one person's writing.
As long as someone's getting it.
For me, my system is if it's like relevant for Bryn, like if it's things that Bryn
Yeah.
would think to remember. So like Bryn's focus is on the political sort of stuff. So she's not so interested in like other things that are going on. She's just like, okay, so this person does this person does that. These people like each other, these people don't. That's her interest. So that's what I note down. I don't note down everything because I couldn't keep up with the way.
Oh no, yeah.
Grubs'
I
notes are
can't
just
type
all
that
reviews of tea.
I'm not entirely convinced Orthan entirely remembers why we came here. Really.
I know I'm the same. I'm starting to panic a little bit at times. I'm like, I cannot remember why we're here.
Well, I mean, also if anyone
Okay,
ever
I
needs
got
like clarification on something, like feel free to hit me up. I mean, my own notes I take in session are very bad a lot of the time, especially for ADM. But you know, I've got like all the important information you learn, I have written out in like the session plans. So if you can't remember anything, you can just hit me up and I can let you know. Especially since we did have that long break from like November till like
What you got?
a couple of weeks ago.
And
or
then, like,
whatever.
if you're not like like too busy and things with like your coursework and things, like even just like a really like brief like mind map thing of like stuff, I can just shove that in my notebook and then remember that for next time.
Yeah,
That'd be
sure.
cool.
Take my own notes.
Sure. Yeah, just shoot me a message, even like here in the group chat or wherever, just saying what sort of thing you'd like me to put down for you, and I can do that. That's totally fine.
Thank you so much.
No, it's okay. But yeah,
I'm very quickly going to bounce because I have another D&D session after.
Oh, have fun.
Have fun.
So we'll make some dinner and then run.
No worries. Bye, Finn.
Have fun.
Bye for
Bye for
now.
now.
Such a good session.
Catch you next
Bye.
time.